Right now, Max. Whoops. Hello there, good evening. Okay, I do need to do something very quickly. Wait, let's turn on the co-host. And I need to set up the Instagram stream. I'm a little bit worried about Twitch. It seems like right now the Twitch stream is working, but it crashed in both of our last live streams. So we'll see if it works for the entire stream this time. Let's see. Let's set up the Instagram live stream. Public next. What's with the ratio? What do you mean? If you go to wait, save. If hello, chronically online potato, welcome. So the ratio, I think what you mean is that the stream is also in vertical mode. Wait a second. Okay. If you go, like your YouTube recently implemented the ability to stream both in vertical and horizontal formats at the same time, which is what I've been doing lately, which also enables me to stream on Instagram and maybe, hopefully, TikTok. Although right now, if Twitch is working, I'm not going to stream on TikTok because I'm limited to 3 apps, and TikTok would be a 4th. But let me make sure this is in the right place. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to go live on Instagram as well. Is Twitch still working? Seems to be working. But if you are only finding the vertical version, if you go to the channel, you should be also finding the horizontal version. Let me check on Discord if the version that is streaming from the Discord link is the correct one. Okay, so this is indeed the wrong link. Let me find the horizontal link for you, and I'll post it in Discord. How do I get it? This. So there should be a separate link for horizontal and vertical modes. If I do this, can I share? No. Copy. Is that a link? No, that is not a link. My favorite part of every stream is dealing with technical stuff at the start of the stream. Live. There we go. Okay, so the live version is here. I'm sharing it. Horizontal live stream on YouTube. Boom. There you go. I tagged you in there as well. Okay, and you found it anyway. Okay, so what are we doing today? I'm actually not entirely sure. I'm supposed to hear from someone to maybe. Okay, so I will be reacting without the person that I had in mind to the Rubio speech, but doesn't matter. In that case, I can just click on this. Good evening. Let's do a refresher. How is everyone, by the way? Let's do a refresher on what exactly the Rubio speech is coming after. And for that, I want to go to the JD Vance MSc speech. Do we get a highlight? Could we get a highlight of this speech? Highlights. The highlights here is 20 minutes long. That does not feel like a highlights. Okay, there's a 6-minute Sky News video. I guess we can watch that. Any thoughts about Discord and the recent changes? I mean, it's not just Discord. It's kind of a general trend right now. There was what was the name of the EU law that wanted to also do age verification for basically any social media and any online activity? There's a bunch of like porn sites that are doing mandatory. It's not age verification. It's identity verification, which is opening the door wide open to massive online surveillance. Yeah, it sucks. It really sucks. But it's not just a Discord thing. It's an everywhere thing. It's happening everywhere in every country, and in some countries like the EU law was delayed. They're still trying to pass it, but it was delayed. Other places are still like I think the UK has implemented similar laws of basically mandatory verification. UK cyber surveillance laws. I think there was something about that last year. Mass surveillance in the United Kingdom. Let's put that on screen. Let's see. I know there was something earlier this year, or earlier that last year rather. Let's see. 2025. Nope. Okay, so this is not in the right thing. I also need to set up my earphones. This should work. Online Safety Act of 2023. I guess it was the Online Safety Act, but I didn't think it was in 2023. It was definitely something that happened last year with cyber surveillance. Okay, so it's the Cybersecurity and Resilience Bill introduced in Parliament in November 2025, moving through 2026. This is an AI overview. Do we get a non-AI overview? I guess we can go to Wiki. It was just into effect in July 2025. That's the 2023 one. Hello, Eventual God. Something verification. I don't know enough about the detail of the thing that I had in mind that I vaguely read. I think it must have been the Online Safety Act wiki. Oops, why is there this? Boom. So this, did it come into effect? Yes, July 2025. So it was this. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, gives the Secretary of State the power to designate, suppress, and record a wide range of online content when they deem it illegal or harmful to children. This is always so. This has been ever since as far back as I've been like an adult paying attention to regulations of the internet. This has always been the Trojan horse. Harmful to children has always been the Trojan horse to try to limit any kind of digital freedoms. It's always, always, always harmful to children because no one can argue against that. You're always like, if you take a position against this, you're someone who's in favor of, stuff that's bad for kids. So it's always used as the way to introduce these things. And then soon enough, we're in a position where literally all of our online activity is surveilled, and you have kind of like NSA mass surveillance of everyone, where they basically have all of our records. It's kind of like it's different to what I'm thinking of right now, but if you've seen the Pam Bondi hearings where she was like, the Dow is over 50,000, in that hearing she came into the hearing with a bunch of notes, and her notes had the search history of every Democratic lawmaker that she interacted with, not their general search history, thankfully, but their search history on the Epstein files as kind of evidence that she could use to undermine them and to undermine their questioning on things, which is ironic because she didn't really answer any of the questions on the Epstein files at all. But imagine that, but with your actual search history, and not with lawmakers, but with everyone. They just, like, the police can just click a button and they have immediate access to your search history without any kind of warrant, without any kind of anything. And this is basically like what this does. Like, the Secretary of State has the power to designate, suppress, and record a wide range of online content that they deem illegal or harmful to children. First of all, it's not like illegal because it's harmful to children. It's like just illegal in general. And this is a UK law where a peaceful, non-violent pro-Palestine group was designated a terrorist organization. And for a while, hopefully this is not going to be the case for too long, because a court just said that this decision was illegal, but for a long time, saying I support Palestine Action was a declaration of support for a terrorist organization, and therefore that was also terrorism. That was illegal activity. And so that is the kind of thing, like the bar that the UK has for illegal speech, and especially illegal online speech, is unfortunately very low, which is frustrating, because while that is true, the right and conservatives, and especially US conservatives, use some of the abuses that the UK government does with online speech, and they try to twist that into they're going after conservatives. But every single time they point to conservatives doing something, they're wildly misconstruing the situation and twisting the situation. Like, I was just watching a debate where they were talking about a woman who had said, with regards to the riots that happened a couple of summers ago, she had said that we should just burn the hotels with the men inside of them, the hotels with migrant adults inside of them, which is, that's a call to violence, and that is a call to violence that is so actionable that it should be illegal in basically every country. But they never say exactly what she said. They just say, oh, she was criminalized for her speech. And then they're like, oh, but she was a full-time caretaker of your husband, which is completely irrelevant to what she said. But they try to humanize her, and then they never go into what she actually said. It's wild stuff. But that being said, yeah, this is an incredibly concerning turn of events for the UK. There's similar laws being passed elsewhere, and the scary thing is, and I'm not saying anything good about the current Labour government, that Keir Starmer has been horrible, especially on all of these. As Keir Starmer has been incredibly authoritarian in the way he's ruled the UK since he became Prime Minister. But imagine how a Reform UK government would use a law like this. So yeah, like when we're talking about Discord right now, like Discord is a very small part of that picture. It's a very concerning aspect of it, but it's like this is a trend that's been happening for decades at this point, and this is just the latest advance that they're making on this issue. Anyway, so I wanted to go over the latest Munich Security Conference speech by Marco Rubio. Let me see if I can first look at... let's see if this highlights of J.D. Vance's speech is good enough to kind of cover what he said last time, or if we actually need to watch the whole speech in like 2 times speed or something. I need to turn on desktop audio. I hope it's not too loud.
This conference, of course, to discuss
okay, it's not
security.
Louder. Wait, and I also need to maybe make it louder here. This should...
And normally, we mean threats to our external security. I see many great military leaders gathered here today. But while the Trump administration is very concerned with European security...
So just for context, this was a speech from a year ago that kind of freaked everyone out about the future of U.S.-Europe relationships because of how aggressive he was, basically against European democracies, and basically saying like, oh yeah, you should just let your country be undermined by foreign powers because taking steps to defend your democracy is apparently anti-democratic, among a bunch of other things he said.
And believes that we can come to a reasonable settlement between Russia and Ukraine.
Too loud? Okay. Let me lower it. Let's do -3.
And we also believe that it's important in the coming years for Europe to step up in a big way to provide for its own defense. The threat that I worry the most about vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, it's not China, it's not any other external actor. And what I worry about is the threat from within, the retreat of Europe from some of its most fundamental values, values shared with the United States of America.
This is going to be something that I haven't watched the entire Rubio speech yet. I've only seen a few quotes of it. I wanted to have a fresh, like, first reaction to it when we actually watch it together. But I know that this is kind of ironic and comes back in a different form in Rubio's speech.
Now, I was struck that a former European commissioner went on television recently and sounded delighted that the Romanian government had just annulled an entire election. He warned that if things don't go to plan, the very same thing could happen in Germany too. Now,
yeah, this is what he said. Like, the Romanian election was... Russia tried to buy a Romanian election. They poured huge amounts of money into the country and basically, like, manipulated social media algorithms, not, like, by controlling the social media algorithms themselves, but, like, having constant, I guess, social engineering of, like, different live streams that were streaming 24/7 with the candidate that they were supporting, and they were basically, yeah, they paid huge amounts of money into pushing that content in the Romanian elections. And he starts his speech with, like, oh, I'm not too worried about foreign actors like Russia and China, when, like, Russia and China are the reason why that election was canceled. Like, not China, but Russia was the reason why that election was canceled. But he's more worried about canceling the election results because of Russian interference than he is about Russian interference. Harris, what happened to the screen ratio? There's two streams happening at the same time. There's the vertical and the horizontal one. If you are on Discord, I posted the link to the horizontal one if you want that one. And if you're not on Discord, you can just go to the YouTube channel, and the horizontal version is also there, streaming at the same time.
These cavalier statements are shocking to American ears. For years, we've been told that everything we fund and support is in the name of our shared democratic values. Everything from our
shared democratic values. Yeah. The U.S. is definitely known right now for its democratic values, for sure. Chronically Online Potato. As a Ukrainian and an international relations student, I remember watching this and just drinking so much after that because of how fucked we all are. Yes, absolutely. Same.
Ukraine policy to digital censorship is billed as a defense of democracy. But when we see European courts canceling elections and senior officials threatening to cancel others, we ought to ask whether we're holding ourselves to an appropriately high standard. And I say ourselves because I fundamentally believe that we are on the same team. We must do more than talk about democratic values, we must live them. Now, within living memory of many of you in this room, the Cold War positioned defenders of democracy against much more tyrannical forces on this continent. And consider the side in that fight that censored dissidents, that closed churches.
This is such a lazy argument. It's always the same. I mean, so the thing is, there's a kernel of truth in this that makes it frustrating, which is open democracies where everyone can say what they want is like the ideal goal that everyone should want. But the reality is what we're seeing right now, what we've seen for a while, is that that system has massive vulnerabilities in it that's kind of built in to the open society. And we are seeing democracies, like, we'll just like look at the 2016 election, where they can pretend all they want that Russiagate wasn't a thing, and they'll kind of cherry pick the Mueller report and other things to say, like, oh, they weren't able to definitively prove that Trump was personally involved in Russiagate, therefore Russiagate was all a hoax and everything related to Russiagate was fake. And that's not at all what the evidence shows. Like, every cybersecurity expert, every intelligence agency said, hey, Russia massively deployed a variety of means to undermine the 2016 election, and it's unclear like how outcome determinative that was. It's hard to prove that actually did flip the election, because there were other factors that broke in Trump's favor in 2016. But Russia was absolutely trying to push, and one of the most interesting aspects of that was when they were, for example, they controlled a bunch of right-wing and left-wing like Facebook fan groups and stuff like that, and they were organizing protests both from the far left and the far right in the same place to try to stoke social tensions in the lead up to that election as a way of kind of manufacturing instability. And that is very much a thing that has been happening for years at this point. And speaking of that, like there's a video that the channel is working on. I'm like starting to have other people help with researching. So right now I'm kind of hands off on this project, but in the next 3 months, hopefully we can finish a video about how that is also very much happening in the EU as well. There's a few really, really interesting examples of how they have been trying to particularly manipulate and weaponize the pro-Palestine movement as a way of deepening social division, and like, I'm not just saying that as because Russia supports the pro-Palestine movement, but like they support the pro-Palestine movement in some ways, and then they like actually massively throw the pro-Palestine movement under the bus in other ways. But the only reason why that is effective is because of how garbage the EU's position on Palestine is. Like if the EU had a pro-human rights position on Palestine, it wouldn't be as easy to manipulate the public to create that to like highlight the dissonance in the EU's position, but it's kind of like it's a disaster of their own making to leave themselves wide open on that. But yeah, the reality is when governments have to take actions to defend their own democracy, for example, Germany's constitution being being called a defensive democracy, where they have rules in the constitution saying, oh, by the way, we are going to monitor, like we are going to make sure that the parties that take part in our elections do follow the Constitution, and especially follow the Constitution on these specific key aspects. And if a party is found to be fundamentally in contradiction with these key aspects of our democracy, we will not let them take part in elections. They will be a banned party. That is a defensive aspect of Germany's constitution that they're kind of like neglecting at the moment and refusing to enforce, unfortunately. But that is pointed then as, oh, this is what the Nazis did. So like, no, the Nazis didn't ban Nazis. Like, that is what we're doing. We are preventing Nazis from taking power, and we're trying at least to prevent Nazis from taking power. And when we do that, we, as in like people trying to defend democracy, you're like, oh, that is evidence that it's not being democratic. Like, democracies have a responsibility to defend democracy. And sometimes that looks kind of slightly authoritarian. But the other outcome is, well, democracies do nothing to defend the system, and then that system gets turned into a dictatorship, like we're seeing happening in the US right now, where thankfully so far some of the guardrails have held, but slowly, one by one, they're falling. So we're seeing the very real limitations of democracies that refuse to defend themselves.
That canceled elections. Were they the good guys? Certainly not. And thank God they lost the Cold War. They lost because they neither valued nor respected all of the extraordinary blessings of liberty. The freedom to surprise, to make mistakes, to invent, to build. As it turns out, you can't mandate innovation or creativity.
I'm nitpicking here because in this case, I'm not really seeing it, but because I had that video where I pointed out, what's his name? Stephen Miller's speech that sounded exactly like, what's the, Richard Spencer, the neo-Nazi? That sounded exactly like his speech, and it was like, oh, we white people are the ones who build, who create, who invent things, blah, 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 and this is
valued, and thank God they lost the Cold War. They lost because they neither valued nor respected all of the extraordinary blessings of liberty. The freedom to surprise, to make mistakes, to invent, to build. As it turns out, you can't
like it's reminding me a lot of that. I think I'm being a little bit too nitpicky on that, but it does remind me of those speeches.
Mandate innovation or creativity, just as you can't force people what to think, what to feel, or what to believe. And
HM Hug, we are Republic, do better. Are you doing the Are you doing the U.S. is not a democracy, it's a republic argument? Are you seriously doing that? Because you realize that's the same as saying this is not a car, it's a sedan.
We believe those things are certainly connected. And unfortunately, when I look at Europe today, it's sometimes not so clear what happened to some of the Cold War's winners. I look to Brussels, where EU commissars warn citizens that they intend to shut down social media during times of civil unrest the moment they spot what they've judged to be, quote, hateful content. Or to this very country, where police have carried out raids against citizens suspected of posting anti-feminist comments online as part of, quote, combating misogyny on the internet.
See, this is like people criminalized for posting anti-feminist comments as, first of all, he's not giving a specific example. A few years ago, we had looked at examples when they pointed out real actual like people who were arrested for things, and every single time it was like, you know what, this is actually kind of way more reasonable than it was presented earlier. Like there was a case of a guy who was there is a law that on paper sounds really concerning because the law is along the lines of theoretically. So the law says you cannot pray, you cannot do a certain number of things, including praying in the vicinity of an abortion clinic. And some people had said, oh, this would include people praying in their living room if they live within this many, like this radius of the abortion clinic, which is ridiculous. Like that is like no one would be arrested for praying in their living room. But like on paper, that law does sound concerning. And then they pointed to like one person who was arrested as a result of that law. And again, if you don't know the context, that seems really concerning. But when we looked at it, it was like, oh, this person had been doing this for a while and he was warned, hey, like this is harassment. You shouldn't be doing this. It wasn't praying. It was like just like standing outside an abortion clinic and holding a sign or whatever. And he was like, he was being told that it was harassment and that he was warned multiple times. At one point, he planned a protest there and he was told, no, you're like, this protest is not allowed, you can't do it, and he went there anyway, and that's eventually when he was arrested. Like those are the kinds of things, whereas like in the US, the First Amendment is such that you cannot arrest people for that kind of stuff, but it would be like the equivalent of if you have a restraining order, if someone has a restraining order against you, you can't let go like protesting outside of their house, and when you get arrested for like violating the restraining order, say, well, this is a protest, so it's my First Amendment right. Is holding a sign harassment? Yeah, when you're holding signs that are like, you're going to, I don't know if this was specifically the case, I don't remember, but if you're holding signs like, you're going to hell for having an abortion outside of an abortion clinic, yeah, that can be harassment. When you're like being warned not to do that anymore, and you keep on doing it again and again, that can be harassment.
Day of action. I look to Sweden, where 2 weeks ago the government convicted a Christian activist for participating in Koran burnings that resulted in his friend's murder. And as the judge in his case chillingly noted, Sweden's laws to supposedly protect free expression do not, in fact, grant, and I'm quoting, a free pass to do or say anything without risking offending the group that holds that belief.
And again, I'm kind of sympathetic to that argument. In general, with those cases, I do tend to lean further towards like in cases where I think there's gray area, I personally tend to lean further towards freedom of speech. Like the US accepted limits to freedom of speech are things like you can't yell fire in a crowded theater because that is actually directly going to put people in danger, or you can't specifically call, and in the US it has to be incredibly specific, incredibly like direct, call for people's for harm to people. Like you can't direct crowds of people to do things that would be harmful. I think that there is also like there's absolutely a case to be made for like stochastic terrorism, that there needs to be some level of defense that regulations put into place to, even when it's not like super direct and directed, there should be a way to say like, hey, like this is still inciting enough that even though it's not like people should definitely do this directly based on my order, but if it's like slightly less direct than that, it should still be considered stochastic terrorism. And when it's like, the Quran burnings, I don't encourage. I don't I don't condone them. I don't know if I'm not exactly sure where I land on that. A few years ago, I would have been fine with it. But again, like these are like edge cases where I think going to the extreme in either side is not something that is productive.
Perhaps most concerningly, I look to our very dear friends, the United Kingdom, where the backslide away from conscience rights has placed the basic liberties of religious Britons in particular in the crosshairs. A little over 2 years ago, the British government charged Adam Smith Connor, a 51-year-old physiotherapist and an Army veteran, with the heinous crime of standing 50 meters from an abortion clinic and silently praying for 3 minutes.
Yeah, this was the case that we looked at, whereas like there were multiple warnings and he announced that he was going to go there. He was told, no, you're not allowed to. And he went anyway. And it was essentially civil disobedience. He went there knowing he was going to get arrested. And then people made a big deal about him getting arrested. And civil disobedience, like, you know, that if that's kind of the point that you're making, then fine. But you don't then get to say like, oh, look at this outrage. He was arrested. It's like, well, he was making use of the fact that he was going to get arrested to get attention.
Not obstructing anyone, not interacting with anyone, just silently praying on his own. And after British law enforcement spotted him and demanded to know what he was praying for, Adam replied simply, it was on behalf of the unborn son he and his former girlfriend had aborted years before. Now, the officers were not moved. Adam was found guilty of breaking the government's new buffer.
Again, I don't remember the detail. This is just a refresher before we go to the Rubio speech. We did go over this a while back, and I'm pretty sure there's a video of it on the Barely Infodum's channel if you want to go back to look at it. But at the time, we had seen that literally everything he said here was completely fake.
Zones law, which criminalizes silent prayer and other actions that could influence a person's decision within 200 meters of an abortion facility. He was sentenced to pay thousands of pounds in legal costs to the prosecution. Now, I wish I could say that this was a fluke, a one-off crazy example of a badly written law being enacted against a single person, but no. This last October, just a few months ago, the Scottish government began distributing letters to citizens whose houses lay within so-called safe access zones, warning them that even private prayer,
this was fake too. We looked into it,
within their own homes may amount to breaking the law. Naturally, the government urged readers to report any fellow citizens suspected guilty.
Okay, for a 6-minute video that is supposed to go over the most egregious parts of the speech, this is not great. But I don't want to go over the 20-minute full speech, so we're just going to assume that if people want to see the speech, they can go to the video we put on the Barely Infodum's channel. And now let's look at the follow-up 1 year later Marco Rubio version that was reacted to as a, oh, this is such a change of tone and this is so much more friendly to the US and to Europe and such a, you know, positive sign of US EU relations. And as we're about to see, that's not the case.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We gather here today as members of a historic alliance, an alliance that saved and changed the world. You know, when this conference began in 1963, it was in a nation, actually it was on a continent, that was divided against itself. The line between communism and freedom ran through the heart of Germany. The first barbed fences of the Berlin Wall had gone up just 2 years prior. And just months before that first conference, before our predecessors first met here in Munich, the Cuban Missile Crisis had brought the world to the brink of nuclear destruction. Even as World War II still burned fresh in the memory of Americans and Europeans alike, we found ourselves staring down the barrel of a new global catastrophe, one with the potential.
Okay, wait, I'm going to change some of the system settings so that we can be joined by Tryon on this. Let me create... So, Tryon, I'm going to join our meeting room chat. Do I have... Wait, that's not what I wanted to do. Give me a second. Oops, closed Discord by accident. Hello, hello.
Sound check, I guess. Should
I
I
can
vamp a
hear
bit
you.
so you can touch up the settings?
Yeah. I think you're about good right now.
All right. Should I do camera? Chad, would you like to see my face?
Since we're
And
gonna be
the
watching
comic
a
block
video,
behind me.
I think it's easier if we do without camera for now, since we're gonna be watching a video. But if we continue talking afterwards, we can just do without the
All right.
with
I
the
will
camera.
be the disembodied voice of Bulgarian/European rage at the existence of Marco Rubio.
Okay, so I'm going to send you a link to something that I recently discovered, which is the perfect solution to watching videos together, if it works technically, which I don't know yet.
All right.
Which is called SyncTube.
Awaiting the link. Oh, because the YouTube killed the previous watch together thing. Yay.
I didn't even know about the previous watch together thing, but yeah, at least this
Yeah,
works
don't worry.
now.
They'll kill this one too in due time as well.
Eventually, probably, yeah. So,
Yeah.
let me get back into the screen cap mode. Boom.
Okay, quick check when I do this.
Are you able to see it there? When I
Is there any sound that comes up? Because I'm manually muting my microphone, so I want to check if Steam can hear that.
right now, I'm not hearing you.
And I muted this. Okay. You don't hear me, or you?
No,
or you didn't
right now I
me
hear you.
before?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm not hearing an echo of the video, at least.
No, you shouldn't. I muted it.
Okay, so I will. Yeah, I'll be controlling the pause play on this. Wait. Okay,
Yep.
I'm gonna play for 2 seconds. You try pausing in your side. See if it pauses for me as well.
All right.
Do you have a pause button on your side?
I have the normal play button.
Okay, try playing to see if it plays on my side.
No, if I try to play it automatically pauses immediately.
Okay, so you just
So
tell
you
me
have
if you
full
want me to
control.
pause and I'm in control of the play then.
Yep. All right, let's go.
Chronically Online Potato is saying slight positive shift seen in Rubio's speech is the reward for concessions many Europeans have made in the last year, yet basically he still says that it's our way or the highway. Yeah, basically that's the impression that I got from the quotes that I've seen. But there's a lot of also just white supremacist dog whistling in here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We gather here today as members of a historic alliance, an alliance that saved and changed the world. You know, when this conference began in 1963, it was in a nation, actually it was on a continent, that was divided against itself. The line between communism and freedom ran through the heart of Germany.
All right. Well, can I ask you to pause immediately?
Go ahead.
2 things to address here. First of all, Marco, divided by who? Who did that? Who done it? How it happened? I'm not here to defend the Soviet Union. It's an abomination of the highest order, what was going on there. And as I know that occasionally this stream gets called the Eastern European Support Group, I know there's a lot of other people in here who are well aware of the absolute shit show that was the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact. But this is such an American point of view that like everything that isn't us isn't freedom. We can have like 50,000 debates over authoritarianism, but the sheer notion that somebody in Moscow would give a flying fuck about what's going on in a random village in Bulgaria is hilarious.
I've been reminding people lately about how the different version of history of World War II between like U.S. version and European version, where something that
depends on which part of Europe, by the way.
Yeah, it depends
It
on which part of
changes
Europe.
a
I mean,
lot.
most of at least Western Europe mostly just espouses the U.S. version of history. But what's really funny is when the US, first of all, like the US almost didn't join World War II, and like there was a large movement called the America First movement in the US that did not, like that was Nazi sympathizing and wanted to stay out of the war. And once they did join the war eventually, um, the soldiers that they sent to the UK, that they had to share like UK military bases with, UK soldiers were like super uncomfortable with the racist segregationist policies in the US military, and they were like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, I thought we were supposed to be fighting the fascists, basically. And they were like,
I
yeah,
mean,
they
yeah,
were, there was
there's a
like
bunch of stories
so
about
much
this. Yeah, go
cognitive
ahead.
dissonance of like, are these our allies? Are these the people we're allying with to fight the Nazis, really? Okay, I guess, but considering like the Nazis got inspiration from U.S. laws on race and like on first of all against Black people and against Native Americans for a lot of their policies, it's kind of weird that the U.S. is seen as the great anti-Nazi hero of World War II.
Oh, because I'm not gonna say they rewrote history, because that's not what happened. But the US didn't single-handedly beat, chest slap Nazi, dunk a Japanese in the water. It was there is okay. I'm gonna drag out this metaphor, but what's Pickett's charge? Something Pickett, the Confederate general that did a suicide charge for no good reason at Gettysburg.
Mm-hmm.
Um, for many years after he died, after the Pickett's charge, he got asked, "Why did you lose?" And he would answer, "Oh, the Yankees had something to do with it." And this is a great phase for what happened in World War II. Why did Japan surrender? Because people debate this to the very end. How did the Nazis do it? The Allies had something to do with it. This is the thing about World War II. It's a great lesson on how to do combined arms warfare and to work with your allies. It's a terrible lesson on how to be peaceful. And so this American notion that they won the war just isn't true. It was American manufacturing, British Navy and strategic positioning, Russia having an insane amount of manpower and a willingness to fight to the end. The Allies had something to do with it. So no single country, no single power won World War II. The Nazis lost because that shit was a terrible idea from the start. And hey, why are we killing our own population? But the Allies had something to do with it. And now to like sort of rewrite history and be like, America is the power behind this or that is just sure. When you spent 80 years reworking the world to fit that frame, not 80, 60, that no, it is 80 years, right? It is
Yeah,
80 years
it's
since
80
World War
years, yeah.
II. When you spend 80 years creating a global system that sort of works like that, sure, we can sort of rewrite the narrative to be like, oh yes, the US is the power behind this. But you don't get to like create that system and then bang a Donald in the middle of the cogs and go, you should listen to me because I'm the Americans. Just, no.
And especially when you have like half of your administration is literally neo-Nazis masquerading as, yeah,
I
masquerading
I'm
as
sorry.
conservatives.
I hope that however we get out of this, because I'm actually quite certain that we'll survive this. We've been joking that this is the worst timeline, but I actually think it's one of the better timelines because for everybody in chat, I need you to consider the Nazis are also incredibly stupid.
I just have to react to this comment by Olivia Oberg. I'd prefer to be ruled by
Olivia's back.
Yes, she's back. I'd prefer to be ruled by Americans than National Socialists. You realize right now those two are the same thing, right?
Yeah, not a bit of a difference, yeah. Like if you asked me 80 years ago, I wouldn't exist. But if I did, yes, I do choose the US over the Nazis. But today, those have done the fusion dance, fam. That's the problem, you see.
Okay,
I don't
back
know.
to watching this. Did you have another point on this
Yeah, let's go.
so far, or could I
My
just
point
play?
was that we got lucky that these guys are idiots, and like I think the fascist little bullshit's gonna go down in flames. And when that happens, I need a group of scientists to go and study Stephen Miller's brain
I
because something went hella wrong in there.
I think that there is a good chance that things are going to go down in flames. I do wonder about, like, you know how an injured animal is always the most dangerous. I do wonder about what the Trump administration is going to do when it's in the process of going down in flames. Like, for example,
Probably lash out at Mexico.
yeah, either that or just like some kind of emergency powers or something like that to like not let the Supreme Court or not let Congress take them down. We'll see.
I think that would just end the United States as we know it.
I mean, yeah, that's what
Like,
I
I'm
worry
not saying
about.
that we're
That's
gonna be watching the movie Civil War episode 2, but maybe. In
I've
any case, the
seen.
global dominance is gonna evaporate the second they do this.
Yeah, let me just check if I can find the article that I had briefly seen. Yeah, I had just seen this headline. It should be opening the article. So I don't know what this media is. So I'd have to read more into this. So I'm just like cold reacting to this. Experts warn Minnesota crackdown mirrors early stages of U.S. Civil War scenarios. So nationofchange.org. Media bias.
I hope they have more details on the U.S. Civil War scenarios. I know that, like, in the 80s, the Soviets game planned a way to trigger a civil war in the US. And then that shit leaked, and there was a movie produced by the Obamas like 10 years ago about it. That was bad. But the thing is, civil
Okay, so
wars break
quite
out
far
when there are
left,
parallel
mostly
systems.
factual. Sorry, I'm just looking at the
Yeah,
some
you're
sign of
checking the
assessments
source.
of it. Yeah.
But civil wars don't break out for shits and giggles. There has to be a parallel system. This is one of the things I like kind of judge American actual leftist organizations, not the Democrats, they're just not leftist, which are like, oh yeah, we shall fight the power. Okay, are you stockpiling guns? Are you creating a command system? Are you gathering resources? No, so you're just wanking about then. So I don't see realistically in the US a civil war breaking out before states try to secede.
Olivia
And I
Olberg
don't think we are there
saying
yet.
Olivia Oldberg saying the media has been trying to cause a civil war since 2015. I'm more worried about the people who like own multiple social media accounts under different identities, vague posting and trying to hijack the conversation in chat rooms.
Yeah, on that note,
Possibly
Olivia,
with
how's the
some kind of
revenue
foreign
from the
support.
multiple YouTube accounts?
Yeah. That is a threat that is more real than the media has been trying to cause a civil war. But
I mean,
what do
there
I
is
know?
an argument there. We can argue about Fox News going off the rocker every once in a while. But I'm yet to see CBS even under new management try to declare the independent state of Arkansas or something.
Do they say who is warning about this?
I'm reading off stream, so I'm slightly behind you.
Central to these warnings is a tabletop exercises conducted in October 2024 by the Center for Ethics and the Rule of Law at the University of Pennsylvania Carey Law School. The exercise explored how a domestic armed conflict could unfold if a U.S. president carried out a deeply unpopular law enforcement operation and attempted to override state authority. That does sound very familiar to what just happened. Claire Finkelstein.
I wonder where they got that idea from.
Exactly. Though the other thing, I recently rewatched Andor season 2, or just Andor in general, season 1 and 2, and it is insane how in just a couple of years how well that show aged. It's crazy. Like the way that they triggered the Gorman massacre in season 2 episode, I think it's episode like 7 or something like that, is exactly the stuff that we're seeing happen in the streets of the United States right now. Like literally sending in untrained, inexperienced, violent goons who are going to be trigger happy with the U.S. population and waiting for things to get out of hand that way. And the fact that it hasn't immediately triggered a civil war in the last few weeks is a minor miracle, to be honest.
I don't really want to start on that because I am starting to be very annoyed. This is like the least of the problems, but as we talked about previously on streams, I have just the most minuscule amount of firearms training,
Mm-hmm.
and just watching ICE agents just shoot like it's a video game drives me nuts.
Yeah.
When you released the original short about how Alex Pretty got killed, you said that your thesis was that one of the ICE agents misfired the gun.
Yeah. I'm not.
One of the
I'm
reasons I
much less
believe
confident on
that,
that anymore. But yeah.
yeah, no, I'm starting to doubt, like I have serious doubt about now. At the time, I believed it. One of the reasons I believe it is nobody reacted like the gun has been fired.
Mm-hmm.
None of the other six people around him moved to look at where the gunshot came from. None of them like took any form of cover. Nobody dropped to the ground. Nobody looked what's going on. They just unloaded. I don't want to give any advice, but if because this is absolutely not any form of advice. But I can tell you right now, if five mediocre U.S. military servicemen decide that they're done with ICE, we're gonna see some shit
Mm-hmm.
because this is horrible reactions to a gun being fired next to you.
I mean, the
Because
number
it
of
has to, even if it's the guy pulling the gun, even if you see them, you should do something.
the
They're
number of
just
law
sitting there.
enforcement veterans who or like high level law enforcement people who are like, oh, we looked at these videos and like none of this is excusable. They're literally violating every single rule in the training book is crazy, especially once the identities of the shooters was revealed, and it turns out that in both cases, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, all of them were highly experienced people with like a decade of force, and I think one of them was even a training officer for new recruits.
Yeah, the guy who shot Rene Good
Yeah, and
was training people. The fact that they used that. Oh, I
yeah,
have a cat on my microphone. Hello, baby. The fact that like one of them they were using this as an excuse. No, fam, he's really well trained. Yeah, what was he doing then? Brother hopped in front of a car and just shot a person. I don't know.
uh,
One of the best jokes is my best friend when we were analyzing the video. He was like, "Does this guy think this is an American movie where he shoots the driver and the car just flies into the atmosphere?" Like, what was the plan here? Because if he was in the way of that vehicle, the moment he pulled the trigger, he's getting run over.
I mean, it's literally like that is what the training manuals say. It's literally the training manuals highlights, hey guys, bullets don't stop cars. If a car is coming towards you, don't shoot at it. That is just going to make the situation worse. Just step out of the way if you can. That is literally like it was like number one, don't place yourself in front of a car. Number two, if the car is coming towards you, just step out of the way. Don't shoot at it. And like all three of those, like he didn't do. He did step out of the car, but he was kind of pushed out of the way by the car moving forward. He shot at it. Then he continued shooting after he was no longer in the way of the car, and he put himself in that position in the first place. Like literally every rule in the training manual was violated. There's a comment. The powder for the spark isn't there. They can't declare martial law if blacks aren't the bad guy, and a big event can't happen until a major overstep like that. I mean, that's why I think they were, because what happens in Andor is that they move in with lethal force after basically what they do is like there's a big demonstration, they box in the demonstrators, then they send inexperienced goons in the square knowing that that is going to trigger some kind of altercation, and I think they like snipe the goons themselves. But even if you don't do it yourself, like if there's going to be an altercation and your goons get attacked, then you have the justification to send overwhelming lethal force to like avenge the people who were attacked. So if there had been some kind of, after either of the shootings or any of the other many transgressions by ICE in Minnesota, if there had been some kind of violent riot against ICE and ICE officers had actually seriously been injured, I think we would have seen a much different reaction and possibly martial law being declared as a response to like Antifa terrorism or something like that, which is literally, that is what the SA was doing in late Weimar and early Nazi days. They were literally going places, instigating altercations and then using those altercations as an excuse to crack down on the left.
Do you remember? This was, I think, still Obama days or very early Trump days, but way before Lives Matter.
Mm-hmm.
Because the US police has a habit of shooting anything darker than I don't have a good example, light brown. Um, and for like a year and a half, 2 years there, every once in a while the police would kill somebody of color, and then a US city would catch fire.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go ahead and say spontaneously. I think
Yeah.
that's what they were hoping for.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
Um, because one of the things I remember from back then, I don't know who the interview was with, but with a lady that was participating in the rioting, and they asked her, "Why are you burning down your own neighborhood?" And her answer was, "It's not our neighborhood. Everything we've tried to build has been destroyed, and we've been forced out of the places we used to live by essentially segregation laws under a different name. So we don't give a fuck anymore." I don't know what level of insane composure leaders of like, because I know that in the United States, especially in like black communities, there's a lot more organization going on than people give them credit for. I don't know the composure that the people who like lead or represent these organizations have to make sure that doesn't happen. Because I'm gonna give it to you all. If I was a person of color in America, that local Walmart looks very flammable right about now. Because what's the point? If I'm just gonna get killed, if I'm gonna be poor all my life and get fleeced on everything I do, yeah, no, fuck it. So I think that's what they were hoping for, and somebody's gone did a miracle by making sure it doesn't happen.
Yeah. Chronically Online Potato is pointing out same thing during Euromaidan in Ukraine. Yeah, weren't they actually just like sniping protesters without?
They started sniping
Yeah.
protesters from government buildings. Yeah, like one of the things that doesn't get mentioned because the Russia war is the absolute move that the Ukrainians managed to pull to
Mm-hmm.
get rid of Yanukovych and like essentially move their country away from all the Russian bullshit that was happening there.
And I would say
Because
that is
it
something
was
that
the
actually gives me a little bit of hope for the, decade to come. Is when you look at the US right now and you look at the overwhelming force of the US military, this is not a case where, you can overthrow a government with a few muskets. And looking at what happened in Iran, where reportedly like tens of thousands of protesters were killed, that makes it very hard to imagine a real case of overthrowing a government. So like Ukraine would be one of those cases where this actually did happen and was successful to some extent, which is incredibly um you know in
you know
hindsight, considering what's been happening in other countries, that is really impressive.
this is gonna sound really weird, but I think that the Iranian government hasn't fallen. We're on what, wave six of massive protests over there?
uh
Ida would know better than me, and frankly speaking, I'm in no way an expert on what's going on in Iran. But for as much as socially oppressive the Iranian government has, they're just horrible. On the economic front, they haven't fumbled that much. I think the biggest foe of the Ukrainian government was like they were so terrible at running the country where there were stories about like a local mayor in a village just buying the cemetery and making people pay him for having the cemetery to bury their relatives. I remember shit like that from Ukraine from before Euromaidan. They economically fumbled the bag so bad it was biblical. So it wasn't a surprise when so many people reacted with just, oh, if I'm not gonna have a future, I have nothing to lose, and now
mhm.
you're killing my friends. Here, catch this burning tire, which unironically is how the Ukrainians managed to overthrow their government. They would just stockpile tires and set them on fire or
I
roll
guess
them
that
at places.
provides cover for snipers as well, like against snipers, I mean.
No, that's how you get the snipers.
Yeah.
But um, so again, I am not. We should get an expert on Iran to actually detail this, but I think this is what is holding them on to power longer than they should.
I mean, they did
And
definitely fumble on the economy, but part of that, and this is what they can point to, is like part of the economic problems in Iran are also Like
Yeah,
the
they're a regime
consequences of
under
the U.S.
siege.
sanctions are very real. Also, there's
Yeah.
there's a big ton of corruption and mismanagements, but the sanctions are real, and the government can just claim that it's all the sanctions because there's a little bit of the sanctions in the mix. So they can say like, oh, it's all the fault of the U.S. and this is all a U.S./Israeli plots to undermine the country, which
I mean, it's
it
worked
kind
out
of
for
is.
North Korea so far.
Yeah.
Uh,
Fun fact: Iran is
yeah,
the only country
no.
in the world with UBI. I mean, what kind of
Yeah,
UBI?
but the UBI is like $3 a month.
Yeah, I would
Or
imagine
so
if there
basic
is. I
income.
did not know
It's
that Iran had a UBI, but I would assume, considering people are like
because it's
struggling to
called
put food on
like
the table,
the
that it's not really a UBI.
it's called something like the Allah benefit or something.
Okay.
It's-
Anyway,
it again, please, Iran expert. But yeah,
I mean,
the last thing before the
reportedly, we are going to like need an Iran expert very soon because
oh
things are
no,
heating up right now.
ooh, if you want to delay the Marco Rubio speech by another minute, I have the most controversial take of all time, and I would like to share
Sure.
it.
Yeah, if you have a link or something
You
that
are
you can
not
put on
gonna
screen.
get demonetized for it, but I
Am
might
I
get
not gonna
lynched
get
for it.
demonetized for it? Are you sure?
No, but I might get lynched for it. Do you want to put my face on stream? Let me turn on my camera.
Wait. Let me open the. Do I have your face on screen? I don't have your
I have
face at the
to.
moment.
Yeah, give me a second. Let's make this funny. Let's get the chat some entertainment. This will inevitably get clipped and I get cancelled for it. But where's the camera button on Discord? That's the wrong source. Give me a second.
Your audio source also changed. Okay, you're on screen.
Okay, is my audio source back to normal?
Yep, it is.
Hello, people of the chat. Let's get me cancelled right away. My incredibly controversial take is that I really wanted the US to try to put troops on ground and invade Iran. That's it. If you want to know why, because I'm a big time Eurocentric European Europe. If they do that, we have a once in a lifetime chance to go. No, we're not Afghanistaning ourselves again. And people would support that, and we can pressure politicians, and that way we don't get involved. The US bungles that because they will, I promise. And we get to have a very convenient excuse to sever a bunch of ties with the US and get our shit in order.
I'm not as
Israelis
hopeful as you
get
that it would be used that it would actually be used to sever our ties with the U.S. At this point, I'm
it won't be
increasingly
immediately.
convinced that there's nothing that we could do to sever like our politicians' ties with the U.S. Like the fact that
We
the
can change
U.S.
the
literally
politicians.
published a national security strategy document that was like, "Hey, our goal is to undermine Europe," and Europe is still kind of playing buddy buddies with the U.S. is one thing that is making me lose all hope that there's anything the U.S. could do. Like it's literally one of those cases of Donald Trump saying I could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and I wouldn't lose a single supporter. That's the U.S. could do anything, could overthrow any government, and Europe would still go like, "Hey, can we find some kind of compromise and work together on this?" So yeah,
Look,
I'm not sure
I
it's
am
as
also saying that we need to change the politicians. I
yeah.
just think that gives us a very good opportunity.
I would say like
I
same
know
as
I am wishing a terrible fate on a bunch of people. I admit, but
I'm same as chronically online potato saying, to be honest, some of my Iranian friends want the U.S. to intervene. I've heard a lot of Iranians saying that lately, and I don't have a super strong opinion on it. I'm generally against U.S. intervention no matter what, but in this case, like the thing that worries me isn't so much because basically the logic of Iranians is government is horrible and we don't like the U.S. but we don't care. We just want anyone to come and help us and overthrow the current Iranian government. I think this is a case of devil you know versus devil you don't know.
yeah, be careful
Balancing
that you
act
don't change
where
your oligarchy with Pol Pot.
Yeah, we don't know what kind of long-term consequences the U.S. coming in and overthrowing the Iranian government would mean for not only Iran but the entire region. We're still seeing the results of that happening in Iraq 23 years ago. So
Hey, you know what? We can
I don't
pin
know.
Iraq on Bill Clinton.
Okay. Anyway, let's go back to
Let's go back to
our
Marco. I'll
buddy
turn off
Marco.
my camera.
Where is... Okay, we're here.
The first barbed fences of the Berlin Wall had gone up just 2 years prior. And just months before that first conference, before our predecessors first met here in Munich, the Cuban Missile Crisis had brought the world to the brink of nuclear destruction. Even as World War II still burned fresh in the memory of Americans and Europeans alike, we found ourselves staring down the barrel of a new global catastrophe, one with the potential for a new kind of destruction, more apocalyptic and final than anything before in the history of mankind. The time of that first gathering, Soviet communism was on the march. Thousands of years of Western civilization hung in the balance. At that time, victory was far from certain.
Hey, what?
But we were
Can you
driven
pause?
by
Soviet communism is Western civilization if Western civilization is a thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Marxism is absolutely a part of Western. This is what one of the weird things is, like, they will have the most restrictive definition of what Western civilization is, and just pick and choose which parts of Western civilization should count as Western civilization. Like, Marx was very much an important part of, and I'm not saying this to like support the
very
USSR,
much a
which I don't,
German.
but Marx was very much a product of Western civilization in literally every possible way. There's no argument that he wasn't Western civilization.
The whole point of Das Kapital is that it exists because of capitalism. Das Kapital is a response to mercantile capitalism.
Western cherry-picked civilization. Yeah, no, that's exactly that.
It's hella cherry pick. Like, I don't. This is like, as Eastern European, this is something like I experience a lot. This like, ooga booga, where am I Western civilization? Because ooh, I'm white, so I must be Western.
But it's always
ooh, but the notion of a trad wife doesn't exist in my country, so whoops.
They'll also use like Western civilization to argue against LGBTQ rights, when it's like, well, largely those traditions are also coming from like human rights, Enlightenment era philosophers that are very much a product of Western civilization. And that's something that he's going to do later in this speech, actually. He's going to appeal to like some of the supposed like great contribution of Western civilization to say, oh, and by the way, in order to defend that, you should stop respecting human rights.
You know what? I'm gonna make it very simple. This is all consequences of the fact that the Americans are really bad at racism. They're just terrible. All they see is color. This is boring. They see white person, they think all white person the same. Again, the Western civilization, democracy, that was the Greeks. And then the Romans added women to the orgies, which improved the situation significantly. My point is that like Western civilization isn't a thing because a Greek person and Italian are not the same. Half of Bulgarian culture is that we have consistent jokes about every neighboring country that's next to us, and we are the same. So I don't know. It's not even cherry picked. It's Western made up civilization. Is what we think serves our argument.
Ganesh Ravindran is saying, I don't think current Greeks would consider themselves part of the West. I don't think Marco Rubio would consider ancient Greece to be part of the West if we could still go back to there.
Yeah, neither couldn't ancient Greek. What do you think will happen if you like with teleportation Greek and we tell them Western civilization, and they started looking suspiciously at the Italian colonies they made? Because what else would it be?
And you can also go back to like interactions between the Middle East or North Africa and Europe predates a lot of the supposed like great Western civilization traditions that we have. We should very much be talking about like I don't know, Mediterranean culture rather than European, like white European culture, because a lot of our history is
Yes.
very much shared across the entire Mediterranean. So all of this is constantly being like bad faith and trying to dog whistle race, but using other words to refer to white people.
But no, that is just the thing. There is more in common between a Portuguese and a Greek person in certain cultural aspects than a Bulgarian and a Greek. Simply because the Greeks live next to the sea. We don't really. We are mountain people. This is why we get along with the Germans.
That
This is
that's
just
actually the real cultural divide is sea people and mountain people.
we have some plains on this continent. There's some motherfucker plowing the weeds. But no, you're joking. But yes, in some ways, yes. I
Put
don't
your
know.
camera
Like,
back on. I'm going to make myself another coffee, so I want you to entertain stream while I'm gone.
okay. Unfortunately, I cannot see. Is it TikTok or Instagram where you're streaming apart from YouTube? I can
Instagram.
only see YouTube chat.
Yeah, it's really annoying.
So,
I tried to get the Instagram chat to be integrated in the on-screen thing, and it just there's no way to do it apparently.
no.
Okay, I'll be
Well,
right back.
hello YouTube chat. Put your strangest questions in chat. Um, go wild. All like 10 of you. Ask your local curly Bulgarian man to say something stupid. This is your chance. Also, I imagine Hakan Fidan's face while Rubio keeps talking about the protection of great Christian Western civilization. I don't know who. Hello, cat. I don't know who Hakan Fidan is in this. Like, I'm not aware who this person is. Is it a person from a Muslim country that's NATO? I don't know how many Muslim countries. Well, Turkey is in NATO. Yeah, chat, what do we do with Turkey? Are they Western civilization? Because they have Istanbul, formerly Constantinople, which was one of the major cities in Europe, and a lot of culture and stuff comes from there. But also, according to Turkish Minister of Foreign Affairs, hey, I managed to guess that one. Yeah, do we count them? Also, Turkey has one of the most reasonable forms of like it's not reasonable, it's just modernized Islam. Because Indonesia also has I this is me being biased. But no, Turkey is by all accounts an almost European nation. It's Erdogan basically and his craziness that's stopping them from integrating into the EU. So do they count? Also, what do we do with the Albanians? Not for any particular reasons, they're just nearby. How do we handle them? Western civilization. Also, which type of Christianity, Marco? Because there's like what? Do we have like five major versions now? We have Catholicism, we have Orthodoxy, we have Reformed, we have Anglican, we have Protestant. Yeah, I completely on my potato. Unfortunately, this is what happens when you elect an authoritarian. Uh, Authoritarians don't like the European Union because essentially there are checks and balances that are above them. I don't think that your boy Recep Tayyip wants anybody above him. You can check that by the fact that his son-in-law is managing the Turkish economy.
I,
Also, the Turkish economy is somewhere in the ninth circle of hell.
considering how much agreement there is between Trump and Erdogan, I think he would be okay with Turkey being a part of the EU.
Yeah, that's gonna get
If
vetoed
they could add another
immediately.
authoritarian to EU leadership, they would probably be okay with that. Like, oh yeah,
I
as
mean,
long
they
as you
would try,
always
but
vote with Hungary and everything, you're part of the EU.
yeah, but that would immediately force at least three vetoes that I can think of. It would be Cyprus, Greece, and Bulgaria who would immediately slam the veto.
Yep.
It's
Let me see if I
I don't.
can keep your screen on like your
Oh yeah,
camera on
Lutherans
screen
can.
for the rest of the thing. Let me work that out. So I'm gonna do
So you can see
this.
my fantastic Sunday attire.
Yeah. Okay. Add source. Display
Oh,
capture.
chronically online potato, you live in Turkey, my guy. Like, I'm sorry. You know, there is this joke in the Balkans that every Balkaner really likes Erdogan because he fucked up Turkey. Uh, it's a we hate the Turks joke. But I don't know. Like, hey, if you want to move to Bulgaria, I'll help you. Uh, I'm gathering Bulgarians because we're starting to run out of the ones with common sense. I don't like. I know that life in like bigger Turkish cities is fine. I know Edirne is doing okay. I know that in Istanbul, obviously, there is decent stuff. But I fear to know what's going on east of Ankara. I mean, the Kurds, but apart from them, just what's going on over there is beyond my knowledge.
Okay, I can't
So
put
yeah,
you on the vertical screen, but you are on
on
the
YouTube,
horizontal
I'm
YouTube version.
okay. Well, let's have a cat then. Hello, this is
Yay!
Darkness. Darkness was
Kitty cat.
napping and did not intend to be on stream. You mad at me now?
Okay, shall I continue with the Rubio speech?
Yes, let's have
A
Marco Rubio
common
be insane.
purpose. We were unified not just by what we were fighting against. We were unified by what we were fighting for. And together, Europe and America prevailed. And a continent was rebuilt. Our people prospered. In time, the East and West blocks were reunited. A civilization was once again made whole. That infamous wall that had cleaved this nation into two came down, and with it, an evil empire. And the East and West became one again. But the euphoria of this triumph led us to a dangerous delusion that we had entered, quote, the end of history, that every nation would now be a liberal democracy, that the ties formed by trade and by commerce alone would now replace nationhood, that the rules-based global order, an overused term, would now replace the national interest, and that we would now live in
Yeah, an overused term. I love the idea that's an overused term. It is an overused term because they never do anything about it. Like
Not only
they
that,
only
the
use it
the
for the rhetoric, but they actually never do any kind of real respect for rules based international order.
yeah, the people who break it the most is
Yeah.
the US. Also, like this, he's now like this whole end of history thing, that which is like a very liberal interpretation of early 21st century. Marco, you were a part of that. This is something I've complained about, but all politicians these days are really counting on mass amnesia. It's like, Marco, you worked for Mitt Romney. Marco, you worked for Bush. I struggle to come up with the most annoying liberal motherfucker than George Bush. Maybe the Obamas, but like I think you know what I mean. It's like the say the right things, do nothing about it type of person.
Hmm. Yeah. What's also
Like
really
he's
really
he's
funny is
complicit.
looking at speeches by Marco Rubio in 2015 compared to today.
Oh
Like
yeah,
how
he
much
was a
of a difference there
presidential
was when he
candidate.
was warning people about the dangers of electing Trump during the Republican primary in 2015, and he was literally perfectly predicting what would happen. Except now he's part of the administration, so he can't have the same positions that he had back then, which is crazy.
Yeah, that spine is made of jelly.
Yeah.
a world without borders where everyone became a citizen of the world. This was a foolish idea that ignored both human nature.
Isn't he literally a product of that idea? Like
Yeah, he's of
as a Cuban
Cuban
immigrant
descent,
who
right?
became an American, like as a a son of Cuban immigrants, and he is an American, and embodying like the most American of all values, white supremacy.
I thought the most American of all values is kicking the ladder once you make it.
That too. Yeah,
But
both.
I mean, apparently he really wants to invade Cuba, so
Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
like I don't know how much I could trust this, but apparently he's been going around the US administration going, but can we invade Cuba, please?
Yeah, I've been reading
Bay
about
of Pigs round
reporting saying
two.
that
Let's go.
basically that he was the one who pushed for the overthrow of Maduro, as and like step two in that strategy is Cuba.
I don't. Let's not deal with the Maduro situation. I'm yet to find this stupid at anything.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna watch a
The
video
best
about the
joke I
Maduro situation after this, so yeah.
we're in the stupid timeline. I'll give you that much. Let's go.
Yes, we are. Anyway.
And it ignored the lessons of over 5,000 years of recorded human history. And it has cost us dearly. In this delusion, we embraced a dogmatic vision of free and unfettered trade, even as some nations protected their economies and subsidized their companies to systematically undercut ours, shuttering our plants.
Okay, no, pause.
What is he even talking about? Wait, who's shuttering
Yeah,
US plants?
I think he's talking about. I think he's like doing a weird defense of the tariffs and like kind of repeating the Donald Trump's "ooh, the EU's fucking us by having laws" rhetoric. But first of all, 5,000 years of recorded history. Let me just walk up to a Mesopotamia and be like, "Hey, what do you think of Missouri?" This is not related. Like, at the best, the history that affects the now starts. Like, of course, it doesn't start 400 years ago. It's all a process. But until Adam Smith decides to figure out why these motherfuckers are smuggling stuff in boats to Scotland, we were in a completely unrelated system. Like, also nationalism is just a major factor. That, like, before that, these things were just not accounted for. That's one. And two,
I wish we could go to like a Mesopotamian and say like you are laying the foundations of a civilization that is going to end with like Donald Trump eating KFC in the White House.
And then they're going to answer in a language we don't speak.
Literally showing them Idiocracy and saying, this is not a comedy, this is what we're going towards.
By the way, no, because somebody in Idiocracy, there has to be like a hidden cast of engineers in Idiocracy. Because all the machinery is working. There has to be like a hidden group of engineers.
No, but that's
all
what
the machinery is working.
That's what I love in Idiocracy. My favorite, tiny detail, because there's so many details in the background of Idiocracy. My favorite detail is when the main character first like emerges from cryosleep and he looks at the skyline of the city, and you see everything completely destroyed. Like people are still driving off a bridge that's broken and stuff like that. And one of the things that's in the background is a clock tower, where number one, the clock is a digital clock, not a traditional clock. And number two, it's flashing 0000 because they don't know how to set the time anymore on the clock.
But it's working.
No, it's not.
One of the biggest the clock is light. Somebody just needs to change the numbers. Also, one of the biggest plot holes in Idiocracy is that is it Gatorade? Whatever they're sprinkling onto their plants, that would clog the pipes immediately. Somebody has to be cleaning them pipes. I know I'm thinking too much about it. And Idiocracy is a great movie. But damn. I think, by the way, this is if you remember, there's this movie Don't Look Up recently came out. Yeah. Recently is a few years ago. I watched it with my girlfriend and I hated it until she pointed out that this is just Idiocracy too.
Yeah.
And then I got it. But that movie just did not pay as much attention to details, which is why it's not as big.
I agree.
Idiocracy really just overdid it.
I kind of like I enjoyed Don't Look Up in a way, but it didn't hit the sweet spot in the way Idiocracy did. Like Idiocracy is something that you looked at. It came out in what year? Like I don't know.
2000 and soon, 2004, let's say.
2006. And holy shit, 20 years down the line, we are there. We are most of the way there. If anything, Idiocracy planned for us to take 500 years to get to where they are in the future. And it's like, no, it just took 20 years.
Hey, speedrun any percent.
Exactly.
I want to say something else about what Marco Rubio said. He's talking about the tariffs. I think this is what he's trying to defend here, the tariffs and stuff. But this is a very weird defense because Marco, you did that. Nobody made you sign NAFTA. Do you think that Canada and Mexico had the secret master plan of what psyoping the US president into signing an agreement with them? You did this. Free trade. All of this like trade-based world order where power is determined by like how much GDP you have and stuff like that. That's the US design. You can't be like, oh, this is horrible. Who did it? I did it. What is this? J.K. Rowling novel? One of the bad ones that you all never heard of. There's some terrible J.K. Rowling novels that she didn't publish under her name, and I'm
Yak-
on the J.K. Rowling hate train these days.
Yako is asking
But
about One Battle After Another. Have you seen it?
PTA is one, but no, I should have a look
It's a good
after the
film. It's a
stream.
good film. It's not like Yako is saying perfect satire. Like it is a satire in some ways, but like not nearly to the point of idiocracy. It's not a comedy, but it does have some satirical elements. But like barely. Like if anything, the only satirical elements is that their version of the KKK is called the Christian Adventurers, the Christmas Adventurers. But that's the only part that's satirical because everything else is basically spot on with what's currently happening at a pretty detailed level.
By the way, for some reason, I'm not seeing all the messages in chat, and I switched it to live chat. So give me a second uh, to have a look at what are the messages there wasn't.
Shall I continue playing while you sort that out?
Yeah, yeah. Let's just go next
Resulting in
before
large
I.
parts of our societies being deindustrialized, shipping millions of working and middle class.
Wait a second. Deindustrialization? He's blaming
Like
what on
whose society?
deindustrialization? Like deindustrialization is literally
Free
a
trade.
result of free trade and the things that they're. I mean, okay,
Also,
fair
I
enough.
want to address something here
They are
because
against
I'm
free
tired
trade,
of this.
so but this is again Republican policies. But yeah, anyway, you were saying.
I want to address something here because I'm tired of this. Because a little sneak peek into recent Bulgarian politics. Shit's going down, madness is on full tilt. And a lot of people have come out of the woodwork and are going like, oh, we used to have so many factories. It was so good, man. We had factories everywhere. Basically parodying this like Trump rhetoric. Except in our case, it was true. We did have factories everywhere. We had factories everywhere because we were in a closed off market within the Soviet sphere. So if you wanted a car, somebody had to make that car. You can't get it from Japan. That's not a thing. And obviously, those factories disappeared once we entered the global free trade. But do you think we all stopped having jobs? The Bulgarian modern equivalent of somebody working in a factory is an IT engineer. We have too many of them, we are overtraining for them, and there is a fuck ton of them. And like we have standardized it to the point, much in the same way you would train somebody who does make tools, or just I'm a joke here, or I don't know, like makes car parts. We have essentially taken that process and created it for IT engineers, which now like is starting to be a problem. But the point is that like you can just replace the thing with something else. Yes, you would lose jobs initially, and those jobs wouldn't be in the same place, much in the same way that like building green energy systems would actually create more jobs than digging up all the coal, but they won't be in the same place. The problem here is that the United States government signed NAFTA, created this whole world order of free trade, and didn't think about what to replace those systems with in their own country because that wasn't what the shareholders wanted.
Hmm.
Blaming it on anything else but your dumb government policies where there are alternatives is super annoying because wasn't me. Modern politics is just like the 2002 Shaggy song wasn't me.
What's funny is
Something gone
that
wrong wasn't me.
it's kind of like if anyone else from the Trump administration were saying this, they could kind of have a point in that like they like the most of the Trump administration are people who aren't traditional politicians and who don't come from the pre-Trump Republican Party. Marco Rubio is the only person in the entire Trump administration who cannot make this argument because he embodies all of these things that he's criticizing from the pre-Trump era of US the US government, whether it was
But
Democrats or
even ones that
Republicans.
are not previously part of the Republican Party are involved. Like J.D. Vance, for example, is big time friends of Peter Thiel.
Hmm.
Let me check who made a bunch of money from a bunch of people like from manufacturing being moved across the planet.
Yep.
Ooh, I wonder who enjoys them cheap chips to put into their eye to spy on you
Yeah.
and be named after an orb from Lord of the Rings.
Warren
How
Short on
come it you name
Instagram.
your company Palantir?
Yeah, that is like trying to signal that they're evil in advance. Warren Short on Instagram
They,
is
they,
saying a somewhat related movie is Brazil. I haven't seen that one, so I'd have to see it. Yako is saying Sean Penn's character from one battle after another would be in the Trump cabinet. Sean Penn from one battle after another is in the Trump cabinet. He's Greg Bovino, quite literally. You haven't seen it, so you can't. But
1 second.
yeah.
I'm trying silent communication with my girlfriend. It's not working, so I'm
I
gonna
can
mute
see your
myself for a
girlfriend's
second.
reflection in the mirror in the window. So
Oh yeah,
I can
wave to
see
the
the
window.
hand
They can see the reflection of the window. Hello, stream. Woman detected in politics stream. Time to. It's over, guys.
Yeah, but yeah, no. Sean Penn's character Sean Penn's character is a blend between Greg Bovino, um, what's his name, the thumb.
All right, we have gotten rid of the minorities. We're fine.
Screen is blank on Twitch. Okay, the Twitch screen crashed again apparently.
Ah,
Uh,
how do you fix that?
I don't.
Okay, what do I?
Just stop streaming.
Ah, everybody on Twitch, quickly hop on YouTube and or Instagram.
Yep, exactly. Hop on. Yeah, the Twitch screen crashed again. I need to fix that. I don't know why. I guess I will try to talk with someone from Restream to see if they have a fix for that. But yeah, it's been glitching. Okay.
Yako, do you know what? Oh, I'm unfortunately my brain is too affected by all the Bulgarian politics I've been part of lately. But there is this story. It's a humoristic story
just a
about
second.
like a Russian. So yeah,
I was just to finish the point. Pete Hegseth and Tom Homan is the other person that I was thinking of. That's the Greg Bovino, Pete Hegseth, Tom Homan. Put them all together, and you get Sean Penn's character. Sorry, you can continue your point now.
my point is about Peak Hexa. There is like a Bulgarian humoristic story about like the Russian soldiers that occupied Bulgaria after World War II. And like there is a character in there who's just Pete Hegseth, who is like constantly drunk and is going on, oh, when do we invade the next country? Which is just Pete Hegseth.
Yep.
Like the character doesn't have a name in the story. He's just referred to as drunk soldier. And this is
That's
Pete
Pete Hegseth.
Hegseth in my mind. Yeah, it's not even well, I guess he was a soldier. Oh, he has this like cross tattoo that gets me every time. That cross is a hate crime against Orthodox Christians and Muslims and everything mildly east of Italy.
Okay, so we are no longer streaming on Twitch, but I did start the live stream on TikTok. I'm checking if it's working or not.
Is there anybody left on TikTok, guys? I straight up uninstalled it.
No. Easy, like short answer as far as I can tell, no. Okay, yeah, we are streaming on TikTok. Yeah, let's go back to Marco Rubio's page.
All right, let's go to
Jobs
little
overseas
Marcos.
and handing control of our critical supply chains to both adversaries and rivals. We increasingly outsourced our sovereignty to international institutions while many nations invested in massive welfare states at the cost of maintaining the ability to defend themselves. This, even as other countries have invested in the most rapid military buildup in all of human history and have not hesitated to use
as opposed to the slowest military buildup of the U.S. had most of the world's military and for my entire existence. Like the U.S. had a bigger military budget for most of my life than the next 10 countries combined.
Also, this is important to note. People keep like going, "Ooh, the U.S. military is the strongest ever because most money," but no, though. Like a big reason the U.S. military costs as much as it do is like, okay, I'm not gonna call it corruption because legally it isn't. It's lobbying, but essentially the US overpays for all its equipment, for all its tools and stuff like that, which has also caused a different like movement, so-called reformers in the US who are also crazy because let there be common fucking reasonable thought in there. But justifying the fact that you're overspending so much on a military by saying, ooh, other countries have created welfare states because they don't have to pay for defense is strange. Bulgaria pays 5% of its national budget on our military. Our military is fine. It's not great. It's nothing special. It does the job, and we have money for healthcare. Those are not problems. Our problems all lay elsewhere. You could have done this too, Marco. You just chose to overpay the Lockheed Martin executive instead of a hospital. I don't know what to do there. Like, like again, this is like the current U.S. administration is just the Shaggy song. Wasn't me. Something is wrong. Wasn't me. Couldn't have been that there's a systemic problem issue here. Just somebody else's fault. I wonder if there is a historical analogy here.
Yep. And it's also I was speaking to someone in the French military who was telling me about the reason why France doesn't have the F-35. And part of that is because of things like the fact that the US government has control over basically every F-35 in existence. So every time a country that uses the F-35 wants to take off, they have to ask the US for like the one-time number to take off, and like that number gets renewed every 48 hours. So if, for example, the US goes to war with Denmark has a bunch of F-35s, and they won't be able to fly any of those in any kind of operation against the US, which is really funny because they were actually flying F-35s to Greenland as a kind of show of force, and it's like the immediately most ridiculous thing of like, well, that is like, you can't use those against the US. But the other problem with the F-35 is how insanely expensive it is to not just buy, but the parts and the maintenance for that is like just absolutely exorbitantly expensive.
This is why until like I think actually a few years ago, Bulgaria used to fly Eurofighters, and like the older generation Eurofighters, which are Swedish airplanes. Now they're not great, like they cannot deal with the F-35 or an F-16, but they're really good for everything else. But they were really cheap to maintain and to use and everything. And everybody gonna go, ooh, Russian power. The Russians didn't realize when we accidentally flew into their airspace with the Eurofighters, and they like launched a diplomatic complaint 2 days later. Those planes weren't there 2 days later. So yeah, no, this is just a prime example of US military overspending and over craziness. Unfortunately, as much as I don't want, as I think all my fellow Europeans will understand that these words cost me dearly, the French were right. The French are still right. And I would say this with a French person over here, because in Europe we take every chance to dunk on the French. And yet here we are, the French are right. Fun times, eh?
Yep.
Let's see what Cuban Marco has to say.
I figure out a way to put you on the vertical stream, but only I have to toggle it on and off every time you speak, though.
Hard power to pursue their own interests. To appease a climate cult, we have imposed energy policies on ourselves that are impoverishing our people, even as our competitors exploit oil and coal and natural gas and anything else, not just to power their economies, but to use as leverage against our own. And in a pursuit of...
Wait, isn't that an even bigger argument against relying on fossil fuels? Like the fact that if you have like solar energy and wind energy, you don't have to buy it from other countries. You just like have it in.
It's just there. Oh, let me just go buy some wind.
I mean, to be fair, like it's also true that, for example, when Germany shut down its nuclear facilities and was building up its renewable infrastructure, it did have to buy a lot of coal electricity from France, for example.
Okay, but that's a stopgap measure.
Yeah, exactly. But it was also like while they were building up the infrastructure. So they will say, well, you don't have wind energy when there's no wind. Yeah, that's why you have to have a mix of a bunch of different options.
And you have to have some type of stable provider in case everything else stops working.
And like, yeah,
because the wind might stop in the middle of the night.
Which is why it was stupid for Germany to close its nuclear power plants. But
they're opening them now.
Reliance on like Russian gas or foreign oil is absolutely an argument for more renewable energy, not less. Like the fact that he is using that argument completely backwards is wild.
Also, the weird argument of our adversaries are using coal and stuff like that. First of all, which adversaries? Because if we're talking about China, my God, China just like spams nuclear power plants. It's like that thing now. Well, until one explodes because China. But economies which use like the worst type, like especially coal. I don't know how aware most people are, but coal power plants are incredibly inefficient. Like even if we ignore all the climate argument, they're still terrible. Coal is really hard to move. Coal damages and like essentially dirties all the systems and supplies you need to use it. And coal turbines are way less efficient than turbines that would use natural gas. Actually, natural gas is the only one you can methane because natural gas is too friendly of a name to this product. But methane just like is way more efficient, causes way less damage, and is way better for like any type of power production. Also, if you're using methane to power your power plants, you're creating heat and electricity, so you can use the heat to heat places while at the same time like producing electricity for whatever you need it. My point is that if an economy is using coal, then that economy is shit. That country is not in a good place.
Yeah, it's kind
So
of like
what is
if you were
Marco
saying
Rubio
like
taking a fight with Sri Lanka?
it's kind of like if we were saying we have a modernity cult while our competitors are still using the steam engine to power their economy.
That is actually just what he's saying. Because any coal plant is just a fancy steam engine.
Yep.
I know the joke is that we boil water with like, nuclear plants,
Which is true.
but actual nuclear turbines are incredibly complex. A nuclear turbine is to a steam engine as to what a spaceship is to a horse-drawn carriage. So I don't know. Like his argument is insane. We have cult of computers while competitors are using sticks. Good for them. Maybe they need the electricity, but we good. We have solar panels.
Yeah.
Which is way
And
better.
the more we wait on investing in solar panels, the more our adversaries are taking the lead on that, which is what a lot
Uh,
of people are concerned about. Like when they're like, "Oh,
By using solar panels in China is not going to be lovely.
what?"
Uh, okay, I should clarify. Like creating massive photovoltaic plants with like a fuck ton of solar panels with all the system, you can do that in China. But on a personal level, using solar panels is not really a thing there,
Yeah, no.
which actually
What I mean
removes
is
one of
more
them.
like the having control of the basically a almost near monopoly on the manufacturing of solar panels that they're selling to everyone
Yep, a
else
problem.
is a massive opportunity that the U.S. and Europe are giving up on by not taking the lead on that market. They're just letting China like control the
Also,
market
there
on
is
that.
a resource problem here. We kind of have to dig about half of Serbia for the resources to make our own solar panels,
Yeah.
and I think the Serbians might object to that. But no, solar panels are really good. Like it's strange that the Republicans are the one who don't like them because solar panels offer you a form of personal independence, where if you set them up properly and like acquire their like a special type of batteries, you can be fully disconnected from the electricity grid, which for the freedom-loving people should be good, and for everybody else should also be good because if something goes wrong, you still have electricity.
You know that in a lot of
Um,
countries that is not allowed. In a lot of countries, when you have solar panels on your home, you actually have to plug the solar panels into the grid and then
Same
still
in
get your
Bulgaria.
electricity from the grid. Like you're like giving electricity into the grid
I
and
did,
from
did,
the
did,
grid,
did.
and you can't actually have like solar panels directly powering
Okay,
your home. I mean, you can't do it legally. You can
I
technically do it, but yeah.
apologize. I
But
forgot.
which is
I am too
stupid.
broken. You are right. That is the law, and that makes
Yeah.
sense. It's a really easy way to create a reverse switch.
Yeah.
That's all
Agreed.
I'm gonna say. It's on YouTube. Y'all can just. I'm not joking. It takes about 5 wires and sufficient knowledge to not electrocute yourself.
Back to Rubio.
Back to
A world without
the before I
borders,
get
a
the
world
rest.
without borders, we opened our doors to an unprecedented wave of mass migration that threatens the cohesion of our societies, the continuity of our culture, and the future of our people. We made these
Which people,
mistakes
Marco?
together. And now
Wait a second. What was that about the future of our people?
It's exactly what you think it was. Which is why my reaction was to say which people. I'm tired of this shit. It's not a dog whistle if everybody's using it.
How many
Right?
words? How many words did he use to say the future of our people
I'm
exactly?
not counting. I'm not counting. This is some, like, I swear this is some type of conspiracy against my sanity. Because I don't have a better explanation. Why would you use a Nazi dog whistle at the Munich Security Conference? First of all, if Germany really wants to, they can arrest you for this, because being a Nazi is illegal in Germany. And second of all, isn't the point of the Munich Security Conference is that you all plan how we all stay safe? And you're just like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm the enemy. Hello, it's me. I don't know the lyrics to the song. I'm the problem, it's me. Those are the lyrics to the song. And isn't that fitting? Well,
I need a super quick break. I'll leave you control of the stream while I'm gone.
oh, you should not have done that. Okay, chat, back to the questions. Does anybody want to ask something about who are Marco Rubio's people? Do the Cubans count? Do the Floridian Cubans count? I know there is like a whole sub-community of Cubans in Florida. Do you think Marco Rubio thinks they're a part of his people? Is Marco Rubio aware that the fact that he's the wrong tint of orange? Why would you? This is some strange level of insanity. Because we know that Marco isn't a fascist. If he was, he would have gone crazy during the Bush administration. And we know that, like, he very much so, as Stan pointed out, rightfully warned about all the bullshit if Donald Trump gets elected. So why is he now doing this? Or at least, because like he's the Secretary of State, he's essentially the United States chief diplomat. Your job is to smooth it over with everybody. Your job is to like get it all going. If I was Marco Rubio, I'll be going to the Munich conference and just sleeping everybody knows and say, yes, the president is crazy, ignore him. He's gonna kick the bucket soon. It's so obvious that when he goes and says something like this on stage, it's for an audience of one. It's for the Donald. Because who else would want to hear this? The future of our people is a strange thing to say in a foreign country. Especially
I
with the
don't.
recent actions of the US administration, there is starting to be a vast divide between what is a European and what is an American.
I don't think Trump. I personally don't think Trump is super ideological, and I don't think he would be the kind of person who would recognize those kinds of dog whistles. I think this is very much an appeal to far right parties in Europe.
Oh, could be. Could be. But he also has to know that the more he does this shit, the less appeal far right European parties get. A stream, my chat is broken, so I can't see when you write things, which is annoying. Let me just refresh to see if the chat pops up properly. No, my YouTube chat just decided to freeze, so I actually have not been seeing the messages people send for a while now.
As long as what was I saying? As long as the Twitch stream is broken, I don't really have a solution to give you, but I'm working out a solution to be able to like send you a link where you can have access to a chat that has both YouTube, Twitch, and Discord. But the thing is, like, Twitch stream is broken, so there's no Twitch chat, and no one uses the Discord chat, so it's just YouTube anyway. But I could still give you a link.
Can you read the last two messages in YouTube chat? Because I can't really read them.
The last two messages. The real question is, why did the European audience give a standing applause when it's the same as Pete's speech? Well, it's not the same as Pete's. It's the same as JD Vance's speech from last year with an inclusive European tone. Well, because of the inclusive European tone.
It's called politeness. You're at the diplomatic conference. You're not going to call him a cunt.
Yeah, and
this
then
is why I'm not at the diplomatic
more like
conference.
Bark or Rubio.
It is Bark or Rubio. That's a good one. Is he Irish?
Back to the speech.
And I'm going to actually turn off my camera for a minute.
Screen.
Don't worry, I'm going to turn off my camera for a minute.
Together we owe it to our people to face those facts and to move forward, to rebuild. Under President Trump, the United States of America will once again take on the task of renewal and restoration, driven by a vision of a future as proud, as sovereign, and as vital as our civilization's past. And while we are prepared, if necessary, to do this alone, it is our preference and it is our hope to do this together with you, our friends here in Europe. For the United States and Europe, we belong together. America was founded.
Wait. Let me go back on this a little bit, because there's a few, like, this is starting to get into, like, so far it's been very, very conciliatory, but we're only 5 minutes in, and this is where it starts to take a really weird turn. Let me go back to the
I'm
future
really
of our
wondering
people
if I
quote, and I
should
want to
say
continue
something.
listening until then. What were you saying?
Yeah, okay. I'm really wondering if I should say something because he's chatting shit again.
Yeah.
But
I want to go
we've been
back
interrupting
from
him so
the
much.
from
I'm
the
starting
future
to
of
feel
our
bad.
people, and I want to see what he says after that, because that's
Yeah.
when it starts to take a weird tone.
Okay,
as
I'll be
sovereign
taking
and as
mental
vital
notes.
as our civilization's past. As proud,
Is
we
it
are
before this?
prepared, if necessary, civilization's
Okay, it's
past.
before this.
It is our preference,
Nah, it's not.
our hope.
What the fuck? Apparently, I can't use the arrows with this thing.
Exploit oil and coal and natural gas and anything else, not just to power their economies, but to use as leverage against our own. And in a pursuit of a world without borders, we opened our doors to an unprecedented wave of mass migration that threatens the cohesion of our societies, the continuity of our culture, and the future of our people. We made
Yeah, just for the people who didn't get it, 14 Words is a reference to two slogans originated by American neo-Nazi David Eden Lane, and the 14 words are: we must secure the
Something to protect
existence
the
of our
future of our
people and a
children.
future for white children. And
Tango
then there's a
arrested.
follow-up: because the beauty of the white Aryan woman must not perish from earth. I didn't actually know the follow-up one, which is interesting considering a lot of the stuff that I've been seeing online recently of people pointing specifically to white Aryan women as yeah. Anyway, when people
And
talk, I is Marco Rubio white? I guess white by like he's an honorary member of the white race. I guess he would like to, at least as a member of the Trump administration. But like when people start to talk about the future of our people, that you get into dicey territory, especially coming from an administration that is literally full of Nazis.
there is a good side to all of this. We have managed to settle the age-old American question of are Italians white? Since we were talking about Western civilization, they didn't pioneer it, but they were really like the second season that really kicked off the show. If we assume that the Italians are Romans, which is a whole different situation. But yeah, no, I'm just honest. This is something that has been going on with me. I'm just bored of this. Like it's the same shit. Maybe I've been overexposed to Nazis, but nah, fam, this is boring. Get some new material. Come on. Y'all have some comedians on payroll when election day comes, so pay them up to come up with something new now. Also, what's a white Aryan woman? Because like every time a Nazi talks about Aryan women, they're talking about Slavic women. And like, I'm sorry to break it to you, y'all don't
Sydney
really
Sweeney.
count those. It's just people.
Anyway,
My girlfriend went
These
to bed. She has a
mistakes
lovely rant.
together. And now, together, we owe it to our people to face those facts and to move forward, to rebuild. Under President Trump,
to rebuild what?
the United
That's my
States of America
question.
will once again take on the task of renewal and restoration,
Restoration.
driven by a vision of a future as proud, as sovereign, and as vital as our civilization's past. And while we are
This is all like the Roman
This is
Empire
bullshit.
and the ancient
I'm sorry,
Greece
the-
and
I'm not gonna go into this one because we can argue what is and isn't the Roman Empire. I can make a very good argument that if the Roman Empire still existed, the current leader of it would be Nika Jordan, but president of Romania, for those of you who don't know.
Mhm.
But like Marco Rubio has fuck all in common with the Romans. I have more in common. At least I have the good grace to be named Trajan. My cats have more in common with the Romans than he does. They're at least on the correct
if
continent.
necessary.
Right, there was this is the part that I was raising an eyebrow at.
A vision of a future as proud, as sovereign, and as vital as our civilization's past. And while we are prepared, if necessary, to do this alone, it is our preference and it is our hope to do this together with you, our friends here in Europe. For the United States,
Like, we are going to like restore the greatness of the white race. But if we have to, if we have to do it alone, we will. But we would like you to join us in that endeavor. Is essentially
Please join
the
us
message
in
here.
some fascism.
and
Would you
Europe,
participate in our supremacy?
we belong together. America
But
was
no, but
founded
we don't, though.
250 years ago. But the roots began here on this continent long before. The men who settled and built the nation of my birth arrived on our shores carrying the memories and the traditions and the Christian faith of their ancestors as a sacred inheritance, an unbreakable link between the old world and the new.
Okay,
We are
pause.
part of one.
First of all, are you like is Marco currently admitting to being a knockoff Spaniard? Because I don't think the Spanish claim him. But
I
way
think
more
I mean
importantly,
the country of his birth is the U.S. It's like he's not referring to Cuba. Right
he's
now.
not referencing Cuba. But then which type of Christianity? Because Cuba is Catholic, I think, as far as I know.
Well, yeah, he's referencing the
Because Spain.
U.S., but
But then he's
also
Protestant.
like the U.S. was. But this is the gets into the stupid debate of like if Christian nationalists who try to claim that the U.S. is actually a Christian country, even though it's like explicitly not.
Yeah,
But
strictly
yeah.
speaking, no. At least Bulgaria has the good graces to have an official religion in its constitution. Yo, like strictly speaking, don't have one. Also,
Civilization.
Sorry.
yeah, no, like I'm sorry, I'm really stuck on the like which type of Christian because I hate like this modern Christian nationalist movement, which just does not respect that there are like different versions of this. And
Oh yeah,
it
I saw a video
actually,
the other day of it was it's a streamer called Not So Erudite talking with
I
this
don't know anything about
supposed
this person.
Christian nationalist, and she was like, "Okay, so you're a Christian nationalist. Which version of Christianity?" And the guy like knew nothing about Christianity, pretended to be Orthodox, but knew nothing about Orthodox Christianity. When he
Ah,
was asked like which specific parts of Christianity he wanted to apply, as in U.S. law, he could not give an example. Like literally half of the people who claim to be Christian nationalists, they don't know what they're talking about, but that sounds less racist than saying, white nationalist or Nazi or
then
whatever.
saying it's not acceptable for me to put a clan hood on.
Yeah.
If you remember, like I think it was on one of the streams that Utilia was here. Like we talked about it, that like actually Orthodox Christianity has a lot of detail to it. And I personally, because Eastern Orthodox Christianity is very relevant to what is and isn't Bulgaria, I know a lot about it, despite the fact that I go to church like once a year to do circles around it on Easter. Just something you do, just tradition over here. But the fact that me, who is just straight up an atheist, cares more about this than the Christian nationalist is what drives me insane.
Hmm.
I know that like every religion has been in some form bastardized by the people with power in it. Like I know that the Quran talks a lot about charity and like helping the unfaithful so they would see the light and become faithful, or how Christianity is supposed to be actually about community and stuff like that. And then we have like nepotism because the Catholic Church was so inherently corrupt, we came up with a word for it. Nepotism comes from nephew in Latin. because every pope that definitely didn't have children because he's celibate had a bunch of nephews spawned from the ether. But it's just, I don't know. If you are honest to God Christian, I have nothing against that, and it is your right. But if you think you're honest to God Christian, then you support this. I'm sorry, you just know.
Hmm.
And it's like, sorry, the Bible is of that. Fuck it, the Pope is of that opinion. God, how do we get an American Pope? And he seems like a decent person. Uh, I just, religion is important to some people, and like there should be like a line. And it's not just Marco Rubio; he's a side effect of all this. But that line has been bulldozed with like a knowing glee to destroy things people care about just to justify being a shitter. Because that's what they are. They're just fascist shitters. This is not gonna last. They must know it on some level. There is no plan. What, you
Hmm.
gonna build coal power plants in the modern day US?
There's a bunch of
Why?
coal in the U.S. What are you talking about? They're proud of that.
Okay, but I can supplant 30 coal power plants with a single nuclear one.
Hmm.
The math isn't mathing. And if we're talking about capitalism, then yeah, they're just shit at it. Like, I'm sorry, I just think that the US administration, the Trump administration, part of the reason they're the idiots that they are, is that they're refusing to admit that the United States is fundamentally shit at capitalism.
I mean, it is
I'm
really
sorry, on
funny
this
how
continent, we are just better than them.
it is really funny how U.S. capitalism has kind of hijacked the discourse on what capitalism should be. Like the specific Chicago School of Economics is like, oh, the everything goes version of capitalism has become the mainstream version for reasons, even though there's no reason that is like a more or a better version of capitalism than anything else, other than short-term gains that has allowed the U.S. to kind of become dominant, and all the consequences of that we are currently dealing with right now because they've deregulated everything and like made a bunch of decisions that were profitable in the short term and disastrous for everyone in the long term.
To quote a joke from the newsroom, because it seems both of us really like that TV show, do you know what would create a bunch of jobs? Slavery. Lots of jobs right away. But the reason, like one of the reasons we just don't do it is not just the morals. It's a terrible
I
economic
mean,
system.
you know, the constitutional amendment that bans slavery. That's
Doesn't do it all the
that's
way.
government regulation. That's government infringing on
I'll,
capitalism.
no. Why would you say that? Now, what have I done to you for you to put this into my head? Because I'm willing to bet somebody's gonna spout that out. Oh no.
Like there's no reason for the free market to outlaw slavery, other than the government
You,
saying, "That's not okay, guys." So for
I
like slavery is an example of something that we can easily point to and say like this is something I hope we all agree was a bad thing. Although I'm less and less sure that conservatives would agree that it was a bad thing. But and slavery was like a uniquely bad kind of thing, but there's no reason why
in every
you should
way.
be able to make a constitutional amendment that says, hey, slavery is really, really bad, and there's no free market incentive to get rid of it, so we are going to make it illegal. And for us to not have some kind of like anti climate change constitutional amendment that says, hey, we need to put this into the Constitution so that we make sure that it cannot be reversed by future future
Yes.
administrations, for example.
Let's put this in the constitution so we make sure that Florida gets flooded while Texas is on fire.
Yeah, no, but
See
I
what
mean, like the
happens.
other way around. Like it would have been good if we had done some kind of constitutional amendment a couple of decades ago to avoid that from to prevent that from happening, basically.
Hey,
Since the 14th Amendment. Wait, is it the 14th Amendment?
eh,
I never remember
I don't
my
know.
amendment numbers.
You're the one with the US citizenship in here. You should know
Yeah,
those.
well, I don't know. I don't know if I
Do you...
still 13th Amendment. My bad.
Ooh.
I don't know if I still have U.S. citizenship because according to Trump, according to Trump, birthright citizenship is not a thing anymore. Like, and
Oh,
I was
that's
reading.
how you have it.
Yeah, that is how number one.
I
That is
didn't
how I
think
have it.
about that.
But I was reading the executive order, and what I thought I understood from the reporting on the executive order when he first signed that in January of last year is I thought it was we are revoking birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants. But actually, no, it's so much more than that. It's for the children of anyone who is in the U.S. temporarily. So if you are the child of permanent U.S. residents, you get
Uh-huh.
birthright citizenship,
You
even if
count.
they're not citizens. But if your parents are on a tourist visa or on some kind of temporary work visa, even if they're legally, according to the Trump administration, according to Trump's executive order, no longer birthright citizenship, which technically would mean that if this applies retroactively, I would no longer be able to renew my passport, which is ironic because I need to renew my passport now. It's expired, and I'm curious what's going to happen when I go do that.
New video idea.
Yeah,
New video
definitely. Yeah,
idea.
I don't think I'm
Let's
allowed to
grab the
film inside
camera.
of
We're
the
going
embassy,
to the
so
US
yeah, that's not going
embassy.
to happen.
Yeah, we
But
should
but
put a tracker on you when you enter that embassy. Do you think that ICE will deport you from
I'm
Germany?
curious if there's gonna be some kind of facial recognition. Like, there's been people who have had problems from like online content with U.S. authorities. I don't know if that would apply, if that would extend to like
As far as I'm
embassy
aware, that's
work
when they check
abroad.
your
We'll see.
devices. Just don't bring your phone to the embassy.
Yeah, we'll see. I am curious what's going to happen when I go to renew my. I don't expect any, like, to be clear, I don't expect anything to actually happen when I go renew my passport, and I do expect to be able to renew my passport. But it would be very funny if they're like, "Oh yeah, no
Well,
birthright
you are
citizenship.
sufficiently white.
We need the proof of status of your parents at the time of your birth that they had a permanent status for us to be able to renew your passport." I don't
Which I'm
know.
guessing they didn't have, because
They didn't have
otherwise you wouldn't
permanent
be
status. They
worrying
had
about
legal
it.
status. They didn't have permanent status.
Guys, Stan is French, only
No
French.
longer dual citizen. We'll see.
Don't worry, we get to make fun
Civilization,
of him because he's French.
Western civilization. We are
Love to jump back into the speech, and it starts immediately with Western civilization.
as a sacred inheritance, an unbreakable link between the old world and the new. We are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifice.
It's only Christian
Which
faith.
language?
It's yeah, which language as well? Like, yeah, which language exactly? Especially when they just had a big thing about like Spanish being unacceptable as a language in the United States at the Super Bowl. But
Oh, that was just stupid.
yeah, of course that was stupid. And the funniest thing were like Megan Kelly cosplaying as like Megan Kelly has been pretending to be dumber than she is as a way to appeal to the average MAGA conservative lately, which is a low, like, that's an impressive bar. But I don't know if you've seen some of her rants about Bad Bunny at the Super Bowl. But yeah, language.
No, I have
Weird
things to
thing
do with
point
my
out.
life.
Yeah. Language, weird thing to point out considering how many languages there are, but also like specifically focusing on the Christian religion as the Western civilization thing, where it's like, well, Judaism, I'm sorry, is just as Western as Christianity. Why is that one not coming up in this speech? And also, like, I'm sorry, but secularity is, like, if anything, in my opinion,
That
in a
is
lot of
the
ways,
most
the pinnacle of Western civilization is secular liberal governance. You know?
socially liberal government. Uh, yeah. Also, if we, oh, by his logic, we count the Middle East as Western then, because Judaism, Christianity, and Islam just like spawned in the same 5 kilometer radius of each other.
Yeah, but
I'm
he
over
specifically does not
exaggerating,
want Islam to be
obviously, but
included in Western civilization. So no, absolutely not
if
acceptable.
Christianity is, they all come from the same part of the world. Sure, Mecca and Bethlehem are not in the same like neighborhood, but usually people there are Marco Rubio cowards. And he doesn't count as Western, apparently, according to him. So I don't know, fam. We're just making stuff up now.
Like the funny thing is, under the Trump administration, if the Trump administration had been in place when Marco Rubio was born, he and his parents would have been deported.
Hella deported.
Sacrifices our forefathers made together for the common civilization to which we have fallen heir. And so this is why we Americans may sometimes come off
Can you pause?
as
Yep.
If you're aware how many wars there have been on this continent over what essentially amounts to nothing, like, we remember the world ones because they were gigantic conflicts. But, like, just for context, Bulgaria and Serbia have gone to war like double-digit times with each other. I think we're like in the low 20s. For just no good reason. We're practically the same people. If he by making sacrifice together, I mean we were shooting each other on the battlefield, sure. But, like, this notion, like, this is, you know what? I can synthesize why I'm annoyed at this. The European Union is a really good thing. I know it's flawed. I know it has a bunch of problems. I am not blind to those. But as I've joked previously on the stream, 101 years ago, Bulgaria and Greece went to war because a dog crossed the border. Not joking. We can go into detail a different time. And recently, my best friend's car broke in Greece, and I just drove in there like nothing, drove him back. As a matter of fact, the thing I was dragging his car in broke exactly at the border, and a Greek and a Bulgarian borderer helped us push the car into Bulgaria. Because we just have no reason to fight each other anymore. A big part of this is whatever you want to call it, liberalism, liberal governments, whatever, and secularism. We just have accepted that there are certain things that don't matter as much and are personal, and on a like societal level, we shouldn't be bothered by them. And here comes Marco trying to explain to me how Christian he is. Yeah, bro, but I was getting drunk with a Turkish dude a couple weeks back and somehow it didn't come up. You know? Like a Turkish homie from Turkey. Full on, as far as I know, Muslim. Did not come up. We just got drunk. Because we could. Do you think Marco is okay with that one? Do you think it's a problem for him? Because we're just like reintroducing arbitrary divides which used to be used by people in power to justify their rule and separate us. And we figured out a solution. Just don't bother. And now Marco comes in riding on a Cuban Missile Crisis to be like, we should be bothered by this. Well, I refuse. I don't know what to tell you.
What I think is funny is that J.D. Vance's speech from last year was essentially, Western governments shouldn't defend themselves against authoritarianism. You should let yourself be taken over by authoritarians, and kind of like wagging his finger at the European Union for trying to do something to maintain democracy. And Marco Rubio's speech is, hey, let's do white supremacy together, guys. Let's be friends and do white supremacy together. And the togetherness of it is the reason why he's being, like, it's being accepted, like, received better in by the politicians there.
a little direct
Sorry, do you want to
and urgent.
did you want to respond to that?
Let's give him the chance to speak as much as I do.
Okay.
In our council. This is why President Trump demands seriousness and reciprocity from our friends here in Europe. The reason why, my friends, is because we care deeply. We care deeply about your future and ours. And if at times we disagree, our disagreements come from our profound sense of concern about a Europe with which we are connected, not just economically, not just militarily. We are connected spiritually, and we are connected culturally. We want Europe to be strong. We believe that Europe must survive. Because the two great wars of the last...
Like survival of Europe again.
Survive what? You are the threat. It's you and the Russians. If the Americans and the Russians chill out, we good. Which is good.
Weird dissonance between like the J.D. Vance saying we're not concerned about foreign threats. We just want you to not take any action to prevent democracies from being overthrown. And Marco Rubio saying we're so concerned about the survival of Europe. But in one case, he's like, they're not concerned about Russian and Chinese interference in Europe. In the other case, like, we're really concerned about immigration and human rights. And like to be
Oh
clear,
yes, the
we're
problem of all
concerned about
times,
the
human
fact that
rights.
you are respecting human rights, not we're concerned about, not
Do you
respecting
think?
human rights.
Do you think that part of the bullshit is because on some level the US administration must know that it's not only in Europe, it's happening in the US too. Feelings about Israel are rapidly changing.
Oh, of
That
course, yeah, that's a huge
even now
factor.
that we are, I think, like four, are we four ceasefires deep and like the Israelis just keep going? Could it be that like they just want us to pretend that that isn't happening? Is that it?
I mean,
Because most
what the
governments
definition
already
of
do
an
that.
definition of an Israeli ceasefire is, right?
You don't shoot me, but I get to bomb you?
It's you cease, we fire.
Ah. Uh, would be real fucking funny if it wasn't happening to people,
Yeah,
eh?
I mean, literally every
It
day
is
there's
funny.
bombings. Yeah, but it's not. It doesn't count as a ceasefire violation when the bombs are coming in that direction.
I was looking on this, it was very unconfirmed. But there was like some organization was doing the counting, and like they believe that the death toll is about 240,000.
I've seen too many estimates on that to have a
Yeah,
strong
that's the
position,
problem,
but
that they're all
somewhere
Insta
around that, yeah,
estimates.
definitely in the six figures
Nobody
for
can
sure.
just go there and check.
Exactly, but it's definitely in the six figures. That's certain. Yeah,
Ah, it's really in the six figures from like a year at least.
yeah, at least.
I just, I don't know. You have to remember that a lot of the like, because maybe people who've seen me before on stream notice I'm a bit more annoyed than usual. It's because like on some level the Epstein files broke something in me, and like I cannot see politics as like what I used to think it was.
Hmm.
Because like there's no fucking way. Every other motherfucker. I was joking with like a friend of mine that like every conspiracy is true. We just did not expect it to be this shit. Uh, maybe Epstein killed Princess Diana. That's the only one we haven't figured out yet.
Yeah, yeah.
Also just the knowledge that like the 4chan poll was created after a meeting with Epstein. And
There's a
now we
lot of
have a
weird
level
things
of
that I don't even want to get into, but some of the things like Epstein's, I don't remember which video game accounts that he has, apparently was still active
the Fortnite accounts.
recently.
No, it was the people figured it out.
Okay.
It wasn't him.
Okay, it wasn't him.
Like
It's good to know.
last thing I need is like, oh my god, Epstein's secretly alive.
Yeah.
That'd be too much. That is the moment when I'm just done and I go be a hermit somewhere. But maybe
Because
I'm just
I've been
like
kind of keeping an eye on some of the conspiracy theories that come out about them, like the AI photos that came out of supposedly Epstein with a beard and long hair in Tel Aviv. Like those were AI, those were fake, those were very quickly debunked. But yeah, so far I haven't seen anything that actually made me believe that. But there's been a few things where I was like, I don't have time to look into this. I'm assuming that there's nothing to it, but it is a little bit weird based on what I've been seeing. Yeah.
but no, but maybe it's just my mind is so broken. But I honestly cannot take Marco Rubio seriously for a moment. I know he's talking shit, but ain't no way he doesn't know, right? Like you are what, the third in command of the U.S. administration? Doesn't it just go like president, vice president, secretary of state? Isn't that the chain of command?
Um, in terms of if the president and vice president die, no, the third in command would be the head of the House of
And
Representatives,
wouldn't
I
that be a
think,
very nice thing to happen? Ooh, doesn't that mean
in a
that that
video game.
crazy dude is in charge? In a video game, yes, in Minecraft, hypothetically, and also I'm joking. Uh, look, maybe it's just that my mind. He has to know who he's working for. He has to know whose agenda he's now spreading. I've already said his spine is made of jelly, but why is his brain too?
Yeah. Yeah. It's Kench's 14 saying Rubio is saying the same stuff more nicely. That's it. It's the same weird white identitarian shit. Yeah, it's exactly that.
Yeah, it seems to be. Oh my god, do you remember the identitarian movement in like Germany and France? What happened to them?
They're still very much here. They
Oh,
were
they've really
included in
stopped
my
being in
they
the
were in my
news.
AFD video.
I know, but like they really haven't made any news lately. I assume because they all joined the AFD.
Yeah, exactly.
And
They've made news. It's a situation of Batman versus Clark Kent. No, sorry, Bruce Wayne.
Superman.
The reason why you haven't seen the Identitarians make a lot of noise lately is because you've seen the AFD and Reform UK and the National Rally make a lot of noise. Like, they're the same people.
Did you see the people in Manchester getting their shit kicked in yesterday?
I haven't seen the Manchester ones, but I've seen in France. There was recently I don't know if he was technically a neo-Nazi, but a far-right activist was killed in an altercation. So there's been pro-far-right actual neo-Nazis marching in the streets of France, pretty much all of the country yesterday, and wonderful to see that being
Thoughts and prayers
encouraged
for
by the
them all.
government.
No, there's like a by-election for a local council in Manchester, and Labour sabotaged their candidate for it, so now the Greens seem likely to win it. And like a group of local Nazis decided to go march and attack minorities in Manchester, seemingly forgetting that they're in Manchester. So they got pelted by bricks.
I mean,
And
literally
I have
doing the
thoughts and
SA thing
prayers
that
for
I was
them
talking
too.
about earlier, like manufacturing
Yeah,
altercations as a way of saying, "Oh, look at how violent the left is."
sure, because if you punch somebody, he's not allowed to respond. What are you, Israeli? Um, anyway, let's finish.
Let's try to not pause for like not pause every 15 seconds
Yeah.
because literally we're 6 minutes into a half-hour speech.
Oh god. Okay,
Serve
let's
for
do 5
us
minutes.
as history's constant reminder that ultimately our destiny is and will always be intertwined with yours. Because we know.
Oh, come on. You don't need to clap for that. That is this speech is like a blend of white supremacy and platitudes, and if you clap at the platitudes, you're just approving of the white supremacy in it. I'm sorry.
Because we know that the fate of Europe will never be irrelevant to our own. National security, which this conference is largely about, is not merely a series of technical questions. How much we spend on defense or where, how we deploy it, these are important questions. They are. But they are not the fundamental one. The fundamental question we must answer at the outset is what exactly are we defending? Because armies
Human rights, democracy.
do not fight for abstractions. Armies fight for a people. Armies fight for a nation. Armies fight for a way of life. And that is what we are defending. A great civilization that has every reason to be proud of its history, confident of its future, and aims to always be the master of its own economic and political destiny.
This is literally like, to me, like the answer to that question is so easy. It's not I'm not defending a way of life. I'm not defending a great people or a nation or a civilization. I'm like defending human rights and democracy. And that should be the easiest answer to give on that question anywhere. The fact that he's like dog whistling all the things as long as he doesn't have to say out loud the white race is when he's saying like, oh yeah, we should be against immigration, but only a certain kind of immigration, and all of those points that he's making it's so frustrating.
The thing is,
In Europe,
I,
where the
I
ideas
Oh,
that
sorry.
can you pause for a second?
Yeah, sorry.
I don't think he's entirely wrong. I think just we have a very conceptual difference in what is and isn't between, I think, us and him. Because, yeah, armies don't fight for random things and like countries don't exist on anything. But if you ask me what I want to defend, it's the right of my fellow citizens to choose how to live their own lives. And if you ask him, I'm sure he'll give you the same answer, except I'm pretty sure that his and my definition of a fellow citizen massively diverge.
Yeah.
And at least that's what this speech has been telling me so far. Because if you're not tidy-whitey and with like a cross the size of Carolyn Levitt, not Carolyn Levitt's cross, just the size of Carolyn Levitt, I don't think he sees you as a fellow person.
It's Kensh's
I
saying,
don't know,
what is
man.
bro even saying? Great civilizational destiny. This data sounds like it was made by ChatGPT. I mean, literally, if you ask ChatGPT to write to you a crypto-fascist speech referencing the 14 words, but without saying them out loud, you would get something that is like 92% similar to this current speech.
All right, I'm gonna stop my camera and mute myself for a couple minutes to go to the toilet and have a smoke. I will be able to hear the stream in the meantime in the Marco Rubio, so we can get like at least 3 minutes of speech before both of us once again lose our minds at what we're witnessing.
Okay, I turned your camera off on stream as well.
Planted the seeds of liberty that changed the world were born. It was here in Europe, which gave the world the rule of law, the universities, and the scientific revolution. It was this continent that produced the genius of Mozart and Beethoven, of Dante and Shakespeare, of Michelangelo and Da Vinci, of the Beatles and the Rolling Stones.
And the Declaration of Human Rights. I wonder if he's going to mention those.
And this is the place where the vaulted ceilings of the Sistine Chapel and the towering spires of the great cathedral in Cologne, they testify not just to the greatness of our past or to a faith in God that inspired these marvels. They foreshadow the wonders that await us in our future. But only if we are unapologetic in our heritage and proud of this common inheritance can we together begin the work of envisioning and shaping our economic and our political future.
Yeah, he's using all the dog whistle words, all the pride in our heritage and stuff like that. These are things that our education systems should have warned us about this kind of rhetoric. In theory, these should be fine to say. For someone who doesn't know anything about politics, this sounds fine. For people who know about politics, this is dog whistling white supremacy. There's no ambiguity here.
Not inevitable. It was a conscious policy choice, a decades-long economic undertaking that stripped our nations of their wealth, of their productive capacity, and of their independence. And the loss of our supply chain sovereignty was not a function of a prosperous and healthy system of global trade. It was foolish. It was a foolish...
Literally, Marco Rubio is the person in the Trump administration who pushed that, who was the most instrumental in that in the Trump administration, because he's a representative of the old Republican Party.
But voluntary
also,
transformation of our economy.
in which magical way are our nations not wealthy?
Yeah, that's also a good point.
In which reality? As a Bulgarian, poorest nation in the EU. No, wait, Hungary beat us in poverty this year. Do you think I'm sure I have to work a lot to keep my standard of life, but I haven't had a day where I've gone hungry in 20-something years.
It's also worth pointing out that the
notion that the electricity won't come is not even a thing.
Deindustrialization and outsourcing and all of that, which are those are the causes of the problems that he's describing, are only a minor the real problem is the wealth inequality between rich and poor, and the fact that the top 1% have at this point more than half of the wealth in the world. In the US, the gap is absolutely staggering, and that is in part because of outsourcing and the fact that they are able to build factories and do things all over the world. These are buddies of the Trump administration, by the way, doing this and enriching themselves from these practices. And they're not, it's not like they're going after those people. They're going after European democracies and trying to prevent immigration rather than going after those kinds of actual threats to the economic prosperity of the American people and of the European people.
Yeah, obviously, but what I think is important to know that, by any reasonable measure, even the worst countries in the EU are fine.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that could be better. There's a lot of things that we should rapidly improve and fix and address. But shit's fine, yo. Even the most poor in our societies have it better than half the world's population.
Mm-hmm.
And yet this man, who is a product of the system which caused the problems we're having, is going here, we are poor. Yeah, bro. You the reason. You did that. Not me, not Stan, not my cats, not a random immigrant. In 30 years on this planet, immigrant never did anything to me. And I know more than the usual number of Bulgarians. Just tend to run into them. It's a me problem. But don't know, what was this, the Texas Senate guy who said, immigrants aren't your landlords. They didn't move the jobs. They didn't create the problems. And frankly speaking, those jobs could have been moved and things would still be fine if there was any plan in place.
It's kind of
But
like
the plan was billionaires.
when they blame immigrants for the housing crisis. Like, yeah, immigrants are the ones who are like
That is
outbidding
just
Americans.
mental.
Yeah.
Others for our needs, and dangerously vulnerable to crisis. Mass migration isn't some fringe concern of
So
little.
again, he's not complaining about outsourcing. He's not complaining about billionaires sucking up wealth into their bank accounts. He's talking about mass migration, which has nothing to do with any of the actual problems that he's pointing out. It is just, again, trying to make things about foreigners and some kind of invasion that is not at all responsible for the economic problems that he's trying to pin on them.
Consequence.
Yeah,
It
in
was and
his
continues
head,
to be
like
a
5
crisis
immigrants
which is
showed up, disassembled the factory, high Wile E. Coyote style, and just sniggled it across the border.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least that's what he's presenting. We both know that he doesn't mean it, but
forming and destabilizing societies all across the West. Together, we can reindustrialize our economies and rebuild our capacity to defend our people. But the work of this new alliance should not be focused just on military cooperation and reclaiming the industries of the past. It should also be focused on together advancing our mutual interest in new frontiers, unshackling our ingenuity, our creativity, and the dynamic spirit to build a new Western century. Commercial space travel and cutting-edge artificial intelligence, industrial automation and flex manufacturing, creating a Western...
Immigrants stole my paycheck, not 30 years of austerity and corruption. Yep,
yeah,
very true.
I saw that. It's great. And actually, it's just about fitting for every country that has this problem.
Yeah.
No,
supply
it's
chains
just
for critical minerals
across
not
the
vulnerable
board.
to extortion from other powers, and a unified effort to compete for market share in the economies of the global South. Together, we can not only take back control of our own industries and supply chains, we can prosper in the areas that will define the 21st century. But we must also gain control of our national borders. Controlling who and how many people enter our countries, this is not an expression of xenophobia. It is not hate. It is a fundamental act of national sovereignty. And the failure to do so is not just an...
I've talked about this on stream before. But if we are to accept that there is an immigrant problem in Europe, and I'm dodgy on that, I don't know. Like, the problem is that there wasn't a proper system in place, not the immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody who desperately got on a boat to escape a war or devastating poverty that they could no longer live. Because, you were recently in the Mediterranean, you helped get some people out of those boats. Did any of those people seem to you like they were coming, like caricature style, rubbing their hands together, going, hey, I'm gonna young the factory?
Oh,
Or
yeah,
did they
like
seem
they're
like
all...
desperate people trying to get a life?
Mm-hmm.
It's the fact that you politicians went, nah, fam, good. And because, for example, when I went for work, this was about 7-8 years ago, I went to Napoli for work, and I spent 4 days there, 4 days there. And I was very close to like the central square of Napoli. And there was a lot of very obviously migrants just sitting there in the square. And I asked the person, because it was like for an NGO I was working at the time, for like the Italian NGO I was working with. I asked him, hey, what is this? Why is this happen? Why is there a bunch of people in the square sitting? And he told me that whenever I don't know what the province of Italy that Napoli is in, but if the immigrant gets to the coast of that province, the border guard just grab them, dump them in a camp close to Napoli, and then after they spend however long they are allowed to be in the camps, when their time passes, they just put them all in a van and dump them in the center of Napoli. So a lot of them just sit in that square waiting for somebody to come and like pay them for like a day labor job, so they can live somewhere, because usually they have some communal places where they live. This is very obviously a system failure. To me, it's abundantly apparent that the problem is that when migrant comes on boat, Coast Guard picks him up, gets them to the coast, there should be a facility where that person gets processed. Who you are, where you're from, please give me all the documents you have or any proof of who you are. And then, what do you know? What did you do? What did you were doing until now?
I mean,
one of the things that's really funny to me is in the European Union, we can track what jobs are needed where. For example, let's say that we need bus drivers in Sofia. This is topical. We had this problem recently. There is nothing stopping the moment that immigrant crashes on that coast for somebody to check a gigantic data sheet that says we need 300 bus drivers in Sofia. So you take like 400 newly arrived immigrants, so we can have some spares, and you put them in a class where they learn some basic English, maybe basic Bulgarians, and you check if they can drive. And after 6 months, you can send them to Sofia to be drivers. And that would solve both the immigration problem and there is too many immigrants sitting in a square in Napoli problem. But that never happened.
And
They were dumped in a square.
Kenchiz is making a solid point as well, which is it feels weird talking about mass migration because, wait, comment disappeared. Because I'm from Eastern Europe and we have mass emigration here, like people leaving the countries, and the far right is still popular. That's exactly the right point. It's
Yeah.
like, it is not an issue of mass migration. It's an issue of the far right controlling the narrative on this and managing to make people scared of migration when they don't really have that much interaction with migration. Like the regions in Germany and France and elsewhere that are the most hostile to immigrants are the regions that have the fewest immigrants. Like my parents are not particularly hostile to immigration, but they live in a tiny village in the south of France. And recently there was a mayoral election where some of the other people in the village were like arguing against one of the candidates saying, oh, if this person gets elected, we're going to have immigrants here. Like, there's literally not a single
Yeah.
immigrants in the village. And these are the
Let
kinds of
me
people
agree.
who are like, what's your problem with that? And their narrative entirely comes from the far right that controls the narrative and lives rent free in the minds of people who do not have any regular interaction with immigration. And the places that have the highest concentration of immigrants are the places that are the most welcoming of immigrants. It's not always super smooth. It's not always like perfect and rosy and utopian, of course, but generally that is the trend because the people who live near immigrants realize it's not that big of a deal and it's not something to be that freaked out about. But the other thing in what you're pointing out about Italy, I don't know the details of Italian policy yet. I'm working on that as a long-term project. But what you see in a lot of countries is like the left and progressive, like not so much the center. The center is very much happy with the status quo, but the left and progressives are very much in favor of reforming things. Like when there's a system in place, an immigration system like in the US and Europe that is kind of broken and that needs to be fixed in a lot of ways, they're open to fixing it and reforming it. What happens is the right either doesn't want to fix it and actively wants to undermine it, or they'll put policies in place that are going to make the problem worse. Like, I'm sure that if you dig into, like, if what you described of Naples is true, if you dig into that, that is probably going to be a policy by Italy's far-right
I can
government
tell you who the policy is because
as
I
a
checked.
way of
The mayor of
maximizing the
Napoli was from
tensions
La
and the
Liga.
hatred of immigrants. Like, if they wanted to have a sane pro-human rights policy that treated people with dignity and that didn't want to create social tensions, they absolutely could, but they're not interested in doing that. They're interested in stoking people's fear and hatred of immigrants as a way of maintaining power, because supposedly they're the ones who are against immigration, even though they're the ones who are constantly sabotaging it and making it as damaging as possible. In the same way that was it Texas or was it Florida that was busing migrants to like rich areas of New York
That
or,
was
or other,
Texas.
yeah.
Oh, they buzzed into like some fucking resort island. And then they were like, how are you going to handle this? And the people from the resort island went to give the immigrants food and offered them to stay in their houses. It was just insane. Martha's Vineyard is what the island was called. Oh, that was top shit funny. No, you are right. The mayor of Naples at the time was from La Liga, or eventually joined La Liga. Somehow was affiliated with La Liga at the time.
And
And those of you who don't know, La Liga are insane.
yeah. And the other thing is another thing that someone is in chat whose name I can't even pronounce because that's way too many weird letters back to back and numbers. Wizzy are those ones supposed to be eyes? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Is pointing out that people who like migrants who aren't allowed to work, like that is the thing. Is like the left is like, hey, let's give migrants work permits so that they can work while their status is being processed. And conservatives are like, no. Number one, no, let's not let them work. And number two, let's complain and make it a huge issue that we are paying for them to stay here because they're not allowed to work. If we let them work, they wouldn't have to pay for hotels to house migrants and all of that, and how much government funding is going into refugee camps and things like that, because they would be allowed to work and like actually pay for their own living expenses. But the fact that they're preventing that from happening and then weaponizing the fact that they can't work as a way of portraying them to be welfare queens is exactly part of the problem. Like them sabotaging the system and then pointing to the broken system as evidence of how they should be in power.
Also, like, I don't know if anybody in chat has been to a refugee camp, but when I was working for the same NGO I mentioned previously, I've been like 3 times for a few hours at the refugee camp. But the conditions were like, oh, the shit. Like, of course, these people were not having a chance to in any way join Bulgarian society because the refugee camp was in an abandoned village close to my hometown. And when we went there, the old school building was converted to something for a school for like the children there, where they were trying to teach them Bulgarian. But every time, okay, my cat just threw about €3 on the ground.
Oh no.
Can you? No, baby, I have to find them after, please. Okay, come here. See, cat. But like the thing is, the rest was like the 5 buildings still standing from the village were converted into offices for the like workers at the refugee camp, and the rest was FEMA tents. I don't know if like FEMA, you know what a FEMA tent looks like. Just Google FEMA tents. They all look the same. Like obviously they weren't official FEMA tents, but the same like it's a particular type of tent. And so you're a refugee. In the Bulgarian case, you've crossed through Turkey, you've gotten to Bulgaria, you got arrested upon entering the country because that's how it works here, and then you got checked into this refugee camp. And if there is enough teachers, your children are learning a language you've never heard of before. You're not in the country you are trying to get to because I bet bottom dollar most of those refugees didn't know what Bulgaria is before they ended up here. And now you're living in a tent. Yeah, no, I wonder why it's not working.
Yeah.
I'm shocked, guys, that these people suddenly don't feel any motivation or loyalty to the state they're in.
This is actually a real problem that is that needs to be figured out, which is that the reality is the people who are helping migrants cross the border are actually like lying about the conditions in Europe to a lot of people in their countries of origins. Like they're going to like, I don't know, Nigeria or Sudan or elsewhere and saying, hey, like you can go to Europe and you're going to get a bunch of money and you're going to have all these wonderful conditions. And then they pay those people a bunch of money to go to Europe, and they end up, like you're saying, in those FEMA tents and all of those, and they're like, we were kind of lied to. What the fuck? Like this isn't what we were sold as a, like we were literally lied to about this, which is a huge problem. But
I recently helped unrelated Bulgarian journalist. Yes, Stan, I've been cheating on you with a different journalist. Make a short story where in like a small chain of supermarkets, suddenly a bunch of workers from Kazakhstan showed up. And because they speak Russian and visit the supermarket chain in question, I kind of like was getting along with them. So we got one of them that spoke like decent Bulgarian to talk to the journalist. And she said that she paid around $6,000 to get like a permit and transfer from Kazakhstan to Bulgaria. It was, if I remember correctly, train, bus, Bulgaria. And she was one of the lucky ones that got a permit to enter the country. She wasn't a refugee. She entered legally. Well, the refugees also enter legally. You know what I mean. For her to be working in a supermarket. She is now a clerk at a supermarket. She was a nurse in Kazakhstan. Because in the process, the Bulgarian government never even attempted to verify or like get her degree translated or anything to Bulgarian. She has to do that all on her own. Except Bulgarian institution recognize only one university in Kazakhstan, and she's not from it. So she has no path to legally certifying her nurse status unless she goes back to university in Bulgaria to be a nurse. This is wasteful. All other problem aside, apart from that, she went and paid some fuckers. that she does not find very reasonable. Apparently, some of them were Bulgarian, which really helps how I feel about the country. To be working at a small supermarket chain, do you see how that just is a waste? And I'm certain, like, I know actually for a fact which Bulgarian politicians enforce this type of policies which create this problem. Can you all guess if they were far right idiots? But can you make a wild guess? It's the same. We banned Macedonian migration in Bulgaria, by the way. That's really funny. For those of you who don't know, like Bulgaria's secret trick of reintegrating Macedonia into Bulgaria was like just let the Macedonians come in. They can be Bulgarian, 6 months, a Bulgarian test, boom, Bulgarian. So about 10% of the Macedonian population got Bulgarian passports. And a few right-winger crazies went, no, we need to punish the Macedonians for not being Bulgarians and close the program. I wonder why we have a migrant problem if we have one. I wonder where it originates from.
Mm-hmm.
Because these people could be part of our societies. And let's face it, at the moment, Europe is aging. And to us, it's expensive and hard to have children and to like raise them and to essentially repopulate. Not repopulate's not the right word, but get the birth rates into normal. So we could either supplant them or make housing free. Since nobody's making housing free, can I pitch a solution? Or is that too much for Marco Rubio, who we should get back to listening to?
Abdication of one of our most basic duties owed to our people. It is an urgent threat to the fabric of our societies and the survival of our civilization itself. And finally, we can no longer place the so-called global order above the vital interests of our people and our nations. We do not need to abandon the system of international cooperation we authored, and we don't need to dismantle the global institutions of the old order that together we built. But these must be reformed. These must be rebuilt. For example, the United Nations still has tremendous potential to be a tool for good in the world. But we cannot ignore that today, on the most pressing matters before us, it has no answers and has played virtually no role. It could not solve the war in Gaza. Instead, it was American leadership that freed captives from barbarians.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No. No, just skip
Oh,
this.
the bait.
I don't have it in
the
me.
bait.
It is
It's just
a
like pure
gigantic
rage
bait.
bait. That is crazy.
And brought about a fragile truce. It has not solved the war in Ukraine. It took American leadership in partnership with many of the countries here today just to bring the two sides to the table in search of a still elusive peace. It was powerless to constrain the nuclear program of radical Shia clerics in Tehran. That required 14 bombs dropped with precision from American B-2 bombers.
Literally, they haven't done that, which is why they're now sending an entire fleet, like the largest U.S. fleet since the invasion of Iraq is currently on its way to Iran, because you left the Iran nuclear deal under Trump 1
Also,
and haven't been able to make a new deal since then.
Also, on the Ukraine situation, oh my God, it took everybody working together to like get everybody on the table. Yeah, because the United States did not follow its own fucking treaties with Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
The United States was supposed to help Ukraine in case they get invaded. Or am I having trouble reading? But I know I'm not having trouble reading. So the United States should have done something when Crimea got invaded at this point 12 years ago. They haven't, so Putin thinks he can do whatever.
I mean, it's one of those things.
Unfortunately
Like
for Putin, the Ukrainians disagree.
the whole those kinds of treaties of like the NATO Article 4, if one country gets invaded, then everyone has to respond. Like that is the kind of thing that is completely obsolete in a world where countries are able to do what Russia is doing, where it's like we're not involved in this. These are completely independent mercenaries that are doing stuff that we're absolutely not backing. And then once it worked, it was like, oh yeah, by the way, that was us, lol. And no one does anything, and everyone pretends like, oh, we couldn't have known this was happening at the time, and we couldn't have done anything because it wasn't a nation state that was actually doing this. It was like, of course it was, and everyone knew it was, and literally all of the diplomats and all of the politicians who were pretending not to realize that this was an attack by foreign nation states were very much pretending.
Yeah, it's fascinating how like whenever serious stuff happens, all the politicians seem to suddenly have been dropped on their heads. Weird that.
Yeah.
But catching migrants, that's where the big brain energy is at.
In the same way that you looked at Pentagon, what's it called? Pentagon press briefings from the Biden era, where they were being asked about, oh, look at this evidence of war crimes being committed in Gaza. What? War crimes? What are you talking about? I haven't seen any evidence of that. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, look, they bombed
You're just
a
now showing us this.
Israel bombed a diplomatic building, like an literally embassy building in Syria. Oh, we haven't seen any evidence of that. We don't know. We haven't checked Google Maps
No,
to see
it
that the
was
building was
worse.
actually a diplomatic building. We don't know what you're talking about. We like complete blinders.
If you remember,
But recently,
if you remember, they
wait,
said they're investigating
yeah,
if
that
the
they
building
were
is
investigating
diplomatic.
for how
And
many
I joked
years?
on stream that it's on Google Maps. It says embassy, and you opened it, and it did show embassy.
Yeah,
So
Inve-
I
that
wonder
that's a
what
very deep
investigation the
investigation that you
Pentagon
need to
is
do.
doing here.
But the infuriating thing is the same guy, John Kirby, who was the press secretary for the Pentagon at the time, more recently, since he's now no longer the administration, was on a podcast and he basically admitted, oh yeah, that was all bullshit. I had to be the representative of the position of the United States government, and the position of the United States government was see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. It's like that was my job. It was to do that. I knew it was bullshit. Everyone knew it was bullshit, but my job was to parrot the position of the administration. So when everyone was like, "Oh, have you seen this like very clear, obvious evidence of war crimes being committed by Israel?" His job was to find a creative way to pretend like he didn't see any evidence of war crimes. And most of the time that was just like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't seen any of that. We're investigating and we will not comment on ongoing investigations. And that kind of bullshit, which is like, it's the same thing with Shireen Abu Akleh, where they were like, they have investigators from the State Department finishing their investigation saying, oh, by the way, this is definitely an Israeli soldier definitely killed her. And then the State Department will prevent that investigation from publishing their results. And then they'll say, like, we haven't seen any evidence of this being, we don't know who did this.
It's a mystery.
It's a mystery. It's a mystery. It was a bullet from the sky that just like randomly fell.
And it was unable to address the threat to our security from a narco-terrorist dictator in Venezuela. Instead, it took American special forces to bring this fugitive to justice. In a perfect world, all of these problems and more would be solved by diplomats and strongly worded resolutions. But
I thought he was gonna say would be solved by diplomats and strongmen.
Forces to bring this fugitive to justice. In a perfect world, all of these problems and more would be solved by diplomats and strongly worded resolutions. But we do not live in a perfect world, and we cannot continue to allow those who blatantly and openly threaten our citizens and endanger our global stability to shield themselves behind abstractions of international law which they themselves routinely violate.
I would like to know how many U.S. citizens have been killed by Tren de Aragua in recent weeks versus how many U.S. citizens were killed by ICE. I would like to know how many U.S. citizens were killed by the Venezuelan government in recent years versus how many were killed by the U.S. government.
I'm sorry, Kenshin chat is really nailing it. First of all, dealing with a 5-year-old Sudanese children, full military weaponized response versus authoritarian dictatorship, $5 and a strong worded letter, which I guess we can now say it's a strongly worded resolution. I don't know. Do you think he's rage baiting, or do you think he just like is saying shit?
I don't even know. Like, I don't even.
That's it. I insist that there is a new European Union Chancellor of rage baiting. I have 3 great candidates. Just make it, and we'll send them to constantly annoy the Americans and the Russians. Like, we can achieve a lot that way. I have a friend. Yeah.
What's the name of I don't know if this is an official account. French Response. Is this an official Twitter account, or is it
Is it the one that was like, hey, this you might get away with this on an island, but not in France?
Oh yeah, it is the is this true? Official response account of the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Yeah, it's a gray verified account, so this is actually a government institution. They have been doing a really good job at trolling the U.S. government recently. Like this account is actually funny. Here, let me drop them a follow. This account is
I have a new great idiot moment unlocked. Olivia has returned, their fascism in chat. and wrote, US crime is at an all-time low. Search it up. Yes, Olivia, if the US government is too busy shooting people, they would definitely not catch the people committing the crime.
Yeah, fair enough.
Also, you are right, US crime is probably at an all-time low. It's just that all of the crime is happening in the White House. So, I don't know, fam. If this is the defense you're going for, I don't think I can help you.
Someone
I'm sorry,
pointed out
Marco
that
Rubio is better at rage baiting me than Olivia. Like we are, come on, step your game up.
I think it was Legal Eagle pointed out that 66% of murders in Minnesota in January and February were committed by ICE.
No, I don't know. Do you think we can like is this the moment where I pull a Charlie card? Do we count or not count police shootings? Uh, I believe you're
Is
now
the
about
path
to be
that
drawn
President
strike.
Trump and the United States has embarked upon. It is a path we ask you here in Europe to join us on. It is a path we have walked together before and hope to walk together again. For 5 centuries, before the end of the Second World War, the West had been expanding. Its missionaries, its pilgrims, its soldiers, its explorers pouring out from its shores to cross oceans, settle new continents, build vast empires extending out across the globe.
Is he calling for new crusades?
Of whomst? What are we crusading? China?
But in 1945, for the first time since the age of Columbus, it was contracting. Europe was in ruins. Half of it lived behind an iron curtain, and the rest looked like it would soon follow.
Who did that?
The great Western empires had entered into terminal decline, accelerated by godless communist revolutions and by anti-colonial uprisings.
Wait. Is he gonna mention? Wait. Is he gonna? Okay, I need to go back and listen to this because I need to make sure that
Okay.
he's gonna talk about the ruins of Europe, and he's not gonna blame that on the Nazis. Am I losing my shit here?
Looked like it would soon follow.
Did you notice?
The great
Okay, go back 2 minutes, and before you play, did you notice the bit where he like essentially said that the empires were in decline because of godless communist revolutionaries? Brother, I'm on a mission to find them communist revolutionaries who took down Austria-Hungary.
No, but wait a second.
Because it was
He's
the
about to
Serbian with
say-
a pistol.
He's about to
Sorry,
say
Bosnian.
that Europe after World War II was in ruins because of communists and anti-colonial activists. He's not going to talk about Nazis.
Yeah.
Like Nazis had nothing to do with the ruins of Europe.
Also,
Trapped.
like, if his problem is with European empires, fam, you're the Secretary of State of the wrong country.
Mhm.
Have you recently sworn loyalty to King Charlie?
I just need to get to the
Kenshi,
end
I'm
of that
sorry, we
sentence
need to
to
bring
see if-
Kenshi on stream because
just need
he's
to-
dropping bangers in chat.
I just need to get to the end of that sentence to see if he does blame it on the Nazis or not.
age of Columbus. Ruins.
Yeah.
Half of it lived behind an iron curtain, and the rest looked like it would soon follow. The great Western empires had entered into terminal decline, accelerated by godless communist revolutions and by anti-colonial uprisings that would transform the world and drape the red hammer and sickle across vast swaths of the map in the years to come.
He's not mentioning. He's blaming the state of Europe on
no
communist
Nazis involved.
Anti-colonialism. Nazis, nowhere to be seen, and had nothing to do with it.
I wonder which is that communist that bombed Bulgaria's capital city in 1943 to the ground.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure it was the British and the fucking Americans, and I'm sure they had like a relatively reasonable reason for this. Would have been that we were committing genocide in Serbia. I wonder on whose side we were.
Yeah,
No
Kench is
Nazis.
saying
No.
he sounds like a Hearts of Iron 4 ideologue. That's literally the world that
Yeah.
we're in right now.
Against that backdrop, then,
Sorry,
as now,
and Harris,
the Soviets
just-
spontaneously invaded Germany.
Just to respond to Harris's comments, I used to think Marco was a better Republican. Turns out I was wrong. No. It's not that you were wrong. Marco, like, I never would have voted for Marco anyway, but he used to be a better Republican compared to what he is now. You look at speeches from, I don't know if you were here when I pointed this out earlier in stream, but you look at speeches from Rubio from 2015, he knew that Trump would be a dictator if he could. And he perfectly predicted what is happening to the US right now under Trump. But he lost his spine, or like back then he didn't need to have a spine to be anti-Trump because it was the Republican primary. But as soon as Trump became the leader of the Republican Party, Marco Rubio's spine kind of melted, and now he's this. Like, he used to be a better Republican, and now he's bent the knee to the Trump regime. It's quite simply.
Do you think that when they outsource all their manufacturing, they outsource their manufacturing of spines? Because they all seem to be lacking some. Democrats and Republicans. There seems to be like a supply chain shortage of spines over there.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, like at this point, Rene Good and Alex Preddy had more spine than this man.
Oh, 100%. So that's a point that I've been trying to make for a while, which is for so long, conservatives and even like centrists and moderate Democrats have been trying to make the points that safe spaces and all of these social justice warrior progressives were just snowflakes and fragile people who are just the product of a weak society or whatever. Kind of going back to the whole strong men lead to good times lead to weak men, weak men lead to bad times lead to strong men, blah, blah, blah. The
but
people
then all the
who
boomers
are
are
actually showing strength right now are the people that have been mocked by conservatives as being weak. The people who are showing the most backbone are those people, while Marco Rubio, I can guarantee you, he knows that he is on the side of the fascists and he doesn't like it. He just is he has the choice between standing on the right side of history or benefiting from the current situation. And he made the calculation that he is better off benefiting from the current situation. That's why he's there. But you can look at like his facial expressions in that meeting between him, Trump, Vance, and Zelensky. He was sitting on that couch going, please nobody talk to me. I'm going to disappear into the couch. I hate being here. I do not want to be in this room. He absolutely hated being there. And I can guarantee you he absolutely hates being in the Trump administration. He's just trying to benefit from him. This man has no spine. He knows he has no spine. The people who are having the most spine and who are showing the most strength are the people who have been mocked by centrists and conservatives as being weak and being snowflakes and being fragile and blah, blah, blah.
I mean, yeah. Okay, let me turn my camera back on.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just... That's a long conversation. Let's listen to the crazy man.
Many came to believe that the West's age of dominance had come to an end, and that our future was destined to be a faint and feeble echo of our past. But together, our predecessors recognized that decline was a choice, and it was a choice they refused to make. This is what we did together once before, and this is what President Trump and the United States want to do again now, together with you. And this is why we do not want our allies to be weak, because that makes us weaker. We want allies who can defend themselves so that no adversary will ever be tempted to test our collective strength. This is why we do not want our allies to be shackled by guilt and shame. We want allies who are proud of their culture and of their heritage, who understand that we are heirs to the same great and noble civilization, and who together with us are willing and able to defend it. And this is why we do not want allies.
I need to do a supercut of all the Nazi dog whistles and all the fascist dog whistles in this speech. It's crazy.
Sorry, I want to address something. First of all, let's all think, is it supposed to be Wheezy in chat for the 12 euros he has donated? Stan gets to eat one more day because of you.
Oh wait, I didn't
Let's
see
all
a
appreciate the
donation.
fact that
I
Stan
don't
gets
know
to
why
eat a bit.
I didn't get a notification for that.
But on a more serious note, I am tired of this proud of your history idioticity. I am Bulgarian. I've just always been, I don't know why, just happens. My country has not been the good guys in quite a few situations in history. I am still proud to be Bulgarian. There is no controversy or no problem with recognizing that your country is sometimes shit, that your country has done terrible things, usually for king and country, and you can still be proud of it. I am more proud of the fact that the Bulgarian was involved in the invention of the pacemaker and the invention of the keyboard. Y'all got this because of a dude named Jonathan Nassuf who got tired of writing binary code. But there is no contradiction there because my great grandfather is a full-on war criminal. I can tell you in which battle he did the war crimes. He was 15 at the time. I don't feel shame. Fuck him for being a war criminal. I am still proud of being Bulgarian. I still love my country. And I'm tired of this stupid excuse that is like, ooh, my country shouldn't be ashamed of its history. You don't need to feel shame to have some retrospective. It's not that hard. Because, yeah, we were Nazis. Also, we were communists. Guess what? We could learn from it, or we could endlessly argue about if, like, Todor Zhivkov or General Wukov, because the leader of the Bulgarian fascist movement was named Onion. Not joking, that's his last name. His name is Onion. These people were shit. They were still Bulgarians. We could either learn from that or repeat the mistakes. You don't need to be ashamed. What is this about? Where did this come from?
Yeah, I feel exactly
It's
the
just
same
a
way. Like,
stupid fucking excuse.
people
You're
conflating,
French, you get to be right.
yeah, people conflating the idea of recognizing the wrongdoings of, the people who led your country in the past did as some kind of personal shame that you have. Like, you don't need to do that. You can just say, like, hey, we are better than this now. We have improved. That's patriotism of saying the country did a lot of shitty things in the past and
Yes.
we got better. Like, we actually improved. And what Marco Rubio is saying is, like, you shouldn't be ashamed of your past. You should double down on it. You should double down on all the horrible things that your country did. That's patriotism. It's like, what
Pushing
the
the
fuck?
chips. Back to Warsaw. Why? Why? Also, a lot of things like for countries that have existed longer than the US, because they're a new invention, and wasn't that a mistake? I don't feel any shame for what a Bulgarian king did like 800 years ago, because that man wasn't like didn't see himself as Bulgarian. He was just the king. Like nationalism just wasn't a thing back then. The idea of shared society with your like fellow citizens isn't a thing. The idea that you share society with your fellow citizens and you are responsible for them and they're responsible for you, that's this like ominous Western civilization liberal values that this man is mad about.
Mm-hmm.
The notion that you and a random person who are from the same country should give a shit about each other is a modern thing that he
And
himself
it's a
is
good
railing
thing.
against.
It's not something that we should be
As
ashamed of
far
and
as
that
I
we
can
should
see, it's
be
worked out
running
great.
away from. Yeah. So I do have to, now that you pointed it out, thank you, Wizzy, for the donation. Like you said, Marco and Vance, same shit. The only difference is that Vance was like, uh, Europe is bad for not wanting to be fascist, and Vance and Marco is saying, we want to be fascist. Please join us in our
You
efforts.
want to be fascist with me?
That's the only real difference between the two speeches. But also, if anyone wants to support the channel, please donate to the stream and donate to the stream in part to test if the notification is working correctly, because I didn't see a notification for Wizzy's donation, and I don't even see any in chat. Apparently, Tryon did see one. But if people want to test the
Yeah, I can see
notification
it from the
notifications,
YouTube chat.
please feel free to make a donation to see if it's working.
Harris, to your last comment, people only who has a concept of sharing society with fellow people of their own religion and town. I don't think so. Like, I don't live in my hometown, and like, I've never had any problems being accepted in other parts of Bulgaria. For like Bulgaria, like, we all have jokes about our different regions, but we have done like a decent job at like accepting Bulgarian society. Ironically, one of the things that's really funny if you're Bulgarian is that we have like fully integrated our Muslim communities into the country, but absolutely failed at integrating Roma communities, which started off at a very similar point. So it is just government policy that affects these things. I think that the reason the United States have such problems is that their government never bothered to integrate them. Like, a notion of a place like a Chinatown is insane in Bulgaria. There is a lot of Vietnamese and Chinese people who are in Bulgaria who stayed over when the communist regime fell apart, but they don't live in their segregated neighborhoods. That would be weird for us. That would be like, why? Yeah, in ancient times, yes, and like until very recently, like on historical scale, yes. But we don't live 700 years ago. We live in today. This is one of the other things I want to address to Marco Rubio's shame about your ancestors. One of the reasons I don't really care about the fact that like my great grandfather was war criminal is because he's dead. I don't give a fuck about his opinion. He's very much so dead. I have checked. I've been to the grave. His opinion doesn't matter. Why he did it doesn't matter. He's dead. We could either do things for the people who are living now, or bother to think what like some ancient Greek 3,000 years ago thought about Western civilization.
Yeah. You know what Wizzy is saying, like paying taxes is also patriotic. I wish
I agree.
I wish the left would hammer that point as strongly as the right is hammering the anti-immigration points. If there was so I did get the notification this time.
No,
Um Wait, no, that's not even a notification. No, wait, that is a notification. Does it work? Yeah, it's not working. I will have to
you
fix
did
that for
get
next
the
time.
notification because for a second your mic cut off.
Okay, well, yeah, it's for some reason it's not appearing on screen, which is weird because last stream it did work. I will fix that for next stream. I'll try at least. But yeah, no, the point of paying taxes is patriotic. I can guarantee you, if that was a strong point, is if every time a billionaire's tax records came out and we found out which mechanism they used to optimize their tax rates and avoid paying taxes, and oh, this guy actually paid 0.5% of his income in taxes this year because he used this obscure loophole that only the rich are able to have access to. And if every time that happened, there was a huge backlash of people saying that is anti-patriotic, that is such a betrayal of the country to avoid paying taxes that way, I can guarantee you there would be no one who would be more of a anti-state revolutionary than the people who are using and weaponizing patriotism as the way that they're like taking control of the nationalist narrative against immigrants and against all of that. Those billionaires that are funding the supposed patriots in government and the supposed patriots and right-wing parties, they would very much switch their tune if there was a strong narrative of paying your taxes is actually the patriotic thing to do.
But it is, by the way. Just
Yeah, no,
yeah,
definitely, of
Kenji
course it is.
referencing Olaf poem in chat, but and maybe that's where I got it from. But to me, yes. You know, a funny story. This is not a friend, but like a person I know, recently made like a decent bit of money from Bitcoin, specifically by shorting Bitcoin, and didn't want to pay taxes. And my man just calls me up and goes, "Hey, do you know a way for me not to pay taxes on this?"
I guess you gave
So
him
anyway, I
a
yelled at
beautiful.
him for 20 minutes.
I mean,
Yeah,
on the other
I
hand, like
did.
as a U.S. citizen, until proof otherwise, as a U.S. citizen, I have to pay taxes to the U.S. government right now. And considering the U.S. government right now is a fascist government, that feels kind of shitty. That does feel kind of shitty to do. But yeah,
I I can make an argument why, as a US citizen, you probably shouldn't pay taxes. But don't take
I
this
mean,
argument seriously because that'd be illegal
to be fair,
in Minecraft or
I
whatever.
don't actually need to pay taxes in the U.S. because I don't make enough to pay taxes. I would like
Yeah,
to be
but
paying
like no,
taxes
my
to. I wouldn't like to be paying taxes to the current administration. I would like to make enough to be able to pay taxes. So keep on donating to the channel, people.
but no, this point is from the following. The reason I pay taxes is because I've been educated in public schools and they've always been good. I have healthcare, I have roads, I have public transport. And despite Bulgaria being corrupt and about 30% of our national budget being yoinked for corruption, there is still an okay system in place to catch you if things go wrong. So this, in my head, fully justifies paying taxes because somebody else needs that help. And if it works, and like frankly speaking, my success personally in life exists because of a public education system that I didn't have to pay anything for. I don't know if these same conditions apply to a person in the US. You don't get healthcare, you don't get public transport. The state of their infrastructure is a joke. And like the social net has so many holes in it, I can check an elephant through it. So if taxes is how you buy civilization, I don't know how I would feel about paying taxes if I was a US citizen. But in Bulgaria, even though the system is corrupt, there are problems and a lot of things are fucked, I still absolutely think it's my societal duty to pay taxes.
Yep.
Because I've gotten here due to other people paying taxes. Not paying taxes would be me kicking the ladder from under me. And that's just not okay with me.
Mm-hmm. Back
So
to Marco.
yeah.
Oh, by the way, a technical
Sure.
question for people watching in vertical format. So either Instagram, TikTok, or YouTube vertical formats. I can toggle the shared chats on and off screen. But because in vertical formats, by default, there's the apps chat that's already overlaid on top of the screen, it might be a little bit too messy to have two chats on top of each other. So let me know in the comments if you think I should keep it or if it's better without. Right now, I'm just going to leave it without for now.
Want allies to rationalize the broken status quo rather than reckon with what is necessary to fix it. For we in America have no interest in being polite and orderly caretakers of the West's managed decline. We do not seek to separate, but to revitalize an old friendship and renew the greatest civilization in human history. What we want is a reinvigorated alliance that recognizes that what has ailed our societies is not just a set of bad policies, but a malaise of hopelessness and complacency. An alliance is what
Like, again, the thing that makes, if you want to make the argument that, the West is the greatest civilization in world history, the thing that makes that the case, if it is the case, is human rights, something that is not mentioned once in this entire speech. This entire speech about refugees, about migration, about all of that, only treats human rights and, like, respecting human rights as a threat without ever mentioning it, but just, like, making...
I think it's mostly presenting it as an obstacle
Yeah,
to
exactly.
whatever he sees as Western civilization.
Yeah. The West managed decline, buddy, you're the cause. Exactly.
Also,
alliance
I'm
that we
sorry,
want is
but I'm gonna object to this notion that Western civilization is the greatest ever. Yo, ever heard of China? They've been doing this shit for 5,000 years. We're a bit behind. Now we can argue about how modern China is doing, but again, all of this is like these people have never cracked open a history book, or at least have learned the long lessons from it. That's it. That's my
one that is
take.
not paralyzed into inaction by fear. Fear of climate change, fear of war, fear of technology. Instead, we want an alliance that boldly races into the future. And the only fear we have is the fear of the shame of not leaving our nations prouder, stronger, and wealthier for our children. An alliance ready to defend our people, to safeguard our interests, and to preserve the freedom of action that allows us to shape our own destiny. Not one that exists to operate a global welfare state and atone for the purported sins of past generations.
Swear, if you've
An alliance that
ever
does not allow
looked at videos of Hitler speeches auto-translated, this is the kind of language that he used. Like, there's a lot of videos
Similar
of
enough.
Joe Rogan and other people reacting to Hitler speeches and going like, oh, when it's not in German and you don't hear like an angry German voice that you don't actually understand, this actually sounds a lot like modern politicians. And the problem is, like, the people who react that way to Hitler speeches in English don't make the next logical argument. They made the argument that maybe Hitler wasn't as bad as we've been told, when the reality is like, no. It's not that Hitler wasn't as bad as we've told. It's that modern politicians are way closer to Hitler than you realize.
It's
Like,
look at
these
the right-wing
arguments-
policy.
These kinds of things, like the fear of being ashamed of what did you say? Let me go back to it.
And the only fear we have
Our
is the
ancestors
fear
or
of the
whatever.
shame of not leaving our nations prouder, stronger, and wealthier for our children.
Yeah, that is the kind of thing that Hitler would have said. Like, obviously, it's not some of the
Yep.
worst thing that he would have said. This is like the patriotic the patriotic stuff that he would have used to make the other messaging go through. But this is how he marketed the "Make Germany Great Again" rhetoric of Nazi Germany. Yeah,
Yeah.
chronically online potato saying him
MGGA.
coming to Europe and saying you're too afraid of war is insulting the U.S. Is literally the country that
Also
is
just-
stoking the war the most right now.
I'm sorry, if Europe is gonna go down in history of something, it's not just the continent of war. We just did war because we wanted. Like, half the fucking time, it was like two cousins battling it out over a random fucking forest and like 1,000 people dead. Do you think, like, what do you mean afraid of war? We're not. We've just like found a way not to shellac each other. Instead of like pulling out the rocket launchers, we go Deuce Poir at Eurovision. I think this might be a better system. But part of the reason I think Marco Rubio is talking this shit is because on some level they know that a unified Europe with its own production would dwarf whatever the US is doing in like a couple years. I want
If
everybody in
only,
chat
yeah.
to realize this. No, I want everybody in chat to realize this. If Russia didn't have nukes, they all be speaking Polish right now. The Polish army is like it can absolutely fucking shellac the shit out of the modern Russian army. It's nukes that keeping them going. Because nobody's gonna invade them as long as they have nukes. That's it. So it's very obvious to me that like the US plan is to divide and conquer Europe because if we are united, you don't get to invade us too unless Macron just takes a fucking snap at the button and suddenly Washington is an irradiated crater.
I mean, quite literally,
So
the national security strategy that they published a few months ago was literally undermine
yeah.
European unity. That's exactly their goal, is to do that.
Duck in check. Instock double speak, I think. Is oh no, double think was also a thing in A4. Is less self contradictory than whatever the hell this
Yep,
guy is spouting.
very true.
Yeah.
An
Yeah.
alliance ready to defend our people, to safeguard our interests, and to preserve the freedom of action that allows us to shape our own destiny. Not one that exists to operate a global welfare state and atone for the purported sins
No.
of past generations. An alliance that does not allow its power to be outsourced, constrained, or subordinated to systems beyond its control. One that does not depend on others for the critical necessities of its national life. And one that does not maintain the polite pretense.
Like the level
But
of
like
shamelessness of like, oh yeah, we shouldn't atone for the past sins of our countries. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking for real right now?
yeah,
This
fuck them Native
coming from the
Americans.
representative of an administration that actively wants to erase acknowledgments of the evils of slavery from the U.S. education system. Yeah, that's not too surprising that actually he would make that point.
Also, Kenshi in chat, global welfare state. Yo, when did I miss the establishment of the world state government?
Yep.
That is a good point. What the fuck is global welfare state? And second of all, can Marco Rubio decide if he's a nationalist or a globalist? Because he's been talking about self-sufficiency and like stuff like that, but then he says about the Western civilization. Hey yo, fam, just say fuck China. Like spare me the thought. I got it. If 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 we are self-sufficient, you're not in the equation. You are an ocean away.
Yeah, exactly. Like that is so true.
If you're
Is like
self-sufficient, we are not in the equation.
European
Pick.
self-sufficiency is the last thing they want. That is such a good point, yeah.
Yeah. Because then we don't need your useless F-35s.
Our way of life is
Which
just
is
one among
like-
many, and that asks for permission before it acts. And above all, an alliance based on the recognition that we, the West, have inherited together. What we have inherited together is something that is unique and distinctive and irreplaceable. Because this, after all, is the very foundation of the transatlantic bond. Acting together in this way, we will not just help recover a sane foreign policy. It will restore to us a clear sense of ourselves. It will restore a place in the world. And in so doing, it will rebuke and deter the forces of civilizational erasure that today menace both America and Europe alike. So in a time of headlines heralding the end of the transatlantic era, let it be known and clear to all that this is neither our goal nor our wish. Because for us Americans, our home may be in the Western Hemisphere, but we will always be a child of Europe.
Honestly, they just like absolute shame for anyone who clapped to that speech. Just like complete, they should be ashamed forever. Right, your microphone is cut.
Leave the room. Oh?
I
Do I
can
sound
hear
okay
you
now?
now, yeah.
No absolute shame for anybody who didn't leave that room. Because
Yeah.
if you're a European leader and you like the speech, that's almost treason. That's how I feel about this.
Wizzy
Oh, there
asking,
better not be any Bulgarian representatives there, or I'm going for them.
Wizzy asking predictions for the midterms in the US. What midterms?
Yeah, essentially. If the midterms do happen and are moderately fair, the Republicans get trashed.
Yeah.
They will not, like, best I can tell, there will be a fuck ton of shenanigans.
The
but
first
like an
Trump term should have
unreasonable
already
amount.
destroyed the Republican Party for a generation. The fact that that didn't happen is making me kind of question any kind of instincts that I have when it comes to predictions. So you're asking me for
That
prediction.
is true.
If there are midterms, it should be the end of the Republican Party, but I don't think that's going to be the case because, again, there's some kind of black magic involved, some kind of deal with the devil, some contract signed in blood somewhere that made Trump able to get away with
Native
what he did.
American blood, to be precise. Native American blood.
Exactly. So yeah, I can't even make political predictions anymore because we live in the stupidest timeline where nothing makes sense. So that's the end of the speech, but there is a Q&A session. No, there's still a little bit of the speech, but there is a Q&A session afterwards, and I do want to see what the person with the speaking with Rubio says after that. So
Our story began with an Italian explorer whose adventure into the great unknown to discover a new world brought Christianity to the Americas and became the legend that defined the imagination of our pioneer nation. Our first colonies were built by English settlers, to whom we owe not just the language we speak, but the whole of our political and legal system. Our frontiers were shaped by Scots-Irish, that proud, hardy clan from the hills of Ulster that gave us Davy Crockett and Mark Twain and Teddy Roosevelt and Neil Armstrong. Our great Midwestern heartland was built by German farmers and craftsmen who transformed empty plains into a global agricultural powerhouse. And by the way, dramatically upgraded the quality of American beer.
No, they didn't.
what quality of American beer?
Our expansion into the interior followed the footsteps of French fur traders and explorers whose names, by the way, still adorn the street signs and town names all across the Mississippi Valley. Our horses, our ranches, our rodeos, the entire romance of the cowboy arch.
I'm waiting for names because so far he's mentioned Italians, he's mentioned English and Scots-Irish, he's mentioned German. Where are the people whose names have ended up with cities like Los Angeles, like Las Vegas, like San Diego, like San Antonio? Which heritage do those people have that kind of played a pretty big role in shaping American culture and history and all of that? I wonder if that's going to come up in this.
Type that became synonymous with the American West. These were born in Spain. And our largest and most iconic city was named New Amsterdam before it was named New York. And you know that in the year that my country was founded, Lorenzo and Catalina Giraldi lived in Casal Monferrato in the kingdom
Sorry, I
of
had to restart my Discord real quick.
Yeah, no worries.
And Jose and Manuela Reina lived in Sevilla, Spain. I don't know what, if anything, they knew about the 13 colonies which had gained their independence from the British Empire. But here's what I'm certain of. They could have never imagined that 250 years later, one of their direct descendants would be back here today on this continent as the chief diplomat of that infant nation.
And
yet
he's
here I
doing
am,
so well.
reminded by my own story that both our histories and our fates will always be linked. Together, we rebuilt a shattered continent in the wake of 2 devastating world wars. When we found ourselves divided once again by the Iron Curtain, the Free West linked arms with the courageous dissidents struggling.
Again, he's never talking about the fascists. He's never blaming any problem on the fascists. It's always the Iron Curtain and anti-colonial activists.
He said today we're rebuilding a continent after 2 world wars.
Yeah.
Brother, do you need a clock or a calendar?
Against tyranny in the East to defeat Soviet communism. We have fought against each other, then reconciled, then fought, then reconciled again.
He didn't even mention the fact that they had to defeat fascism too. I think that was vaguely mentioned at the start of the speech, and everything else was always against fighting communism. It was never against fighting fascism.
And we have bled and died side by side on battlefields, from Kapyong to Kandahar. And I'm here today to leave it clear that America...
Sorry, was that an Iraq War reference?
Yeah, I think
Yo,
so.
Marco, you did that. But, I'm not even gonna get into how furious I was when Trump went, the EU soldiers were standing back into the side. Hey, Donald, can I have my 30 fellow citizens back who are dead over there? Because Bulgaria sent troops to Iraq because we had recently joined NATO. The deal was we stand then. If we need help, you help. Hey, Donald, where you at? Because the Russians are bombing our shipping.
And that once again...
Sorry, I pressed play.
Yeah, no, I was gonna point out that Russia is attacking European shipping in the Black Sea. Do you know who's fixing it? It's the French and the Italians. The French and Italians deployed boats in the Black Sea, and that was the end of that. The Russians hightail and ran. Hey, Marco, where the fuck you at? Because I'm not getting my 30 Bulgarians back.
Hmm.
They're all dead.
We want to do it together
Fucking
with you,
wanker.
our cherished allies, and our oldest friends. We want to do it together with you, with a Europe that is proud of its heritage and of its history, with a Europe that has the spirit of creation and liberty that sent ships out into uncharted seas and birthed our civilization, with a Europe that has the means to defend itself and the will to survive. We should be proud of what we achieved together in the last century, but now we must confront and embrace the opportunities of a new one, because yesterday is over, the future is inevitable, and our destiny together awaits. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone applauding this should be ashamed forever and should be completely unable to take part in politics forever.
Oh, a standing ovation.
Yeah, completely shameful.
Nah.
Mr. Secretary, I'm not sure you heard the sigh of relief through this hall when we were just listening to what I would interpret as a message of reassurance, of partnership.
Jesus.
You spoke of intertwined relations between the United States and Europe.
But
Reminds
he's
me
so
of,
close he can just drop down and
of
suck his
statements
dick
made
while we're at
decades
it.
ago by
Yeah, I Are you seriously going to interpret that as a sign of reassurance rather than a pile of white supremacist messaging? Just a
Marco Rubio,
monument to white supremacist messaging?
Marco Rubio shows up, says, "Be fascist with us because we said so." And this guy's like, "Oh, I'm so reassured.
Yeah,
I feel so
at
good
least they
about
don't
this."
want to do
Like, man,
fascism without us. That's so reassuring.
oh fuck me! I was so worried I'll be left out of the fascism club, man. Like, shame, real shame.
Yeah.
Damn, the fascists don't want me. You even got blue eyes, or no?
Yeah.
Think I'll
Well,
fit in. Let me just grab some whatever you need to make your hair blonde.
I don't even have the patience to watch the rest of this Q&A thing, but yeah, no, that was quite something to behold, honestly.
Nah, I don't know. I don't know. I told you the Epstein files have really warped how I see politics now, and I have nothing but visceral judgment for any person who clapped in that room. I get it. It's diplomacy, be polite. Like there is
Oops.
certain decorum to diplomatic relations. And you don't want to tell the Secretary of the United States to take a hike off a building.
I
But
do.
damn, you're
In Minecraft.
okay, but none of us is a diplomat for
Yep,
a good
exactly.
reason. But also, if you're not going to push back in any way, what are you doing?
Well, yeah, that's the point. Is like that's the thing that I mentioned
I
about spinelessness. Is like the people who are showing spine are the people who were mocked for supposedly being weak and fragile and a product of of too much comfort. And those are the only people who are showing a spine, while the people who are mocking them are immediately bending the knee to the fascists. Like that is it is literally that simple. That is literally what is happening.
it's a bootlicking competition, isn't it?
Yep, it's exactly that.
I feel like this current US administration and absolutely bizarre policies they're taking. If you're looking at the how quickly can they make money point of view, maybe it makes sense. Because, we recently found out that Scott Besson the entire time was offering companies loans in case the tariffs get struck ruled as illegal. So he's now going to profit from the Supreme Court decision banning tariffs while he's part of the administration making the tariffs, which is, huh? If it isn't illegal, it sounds illegal. But their policies are so stupid and so counterintuitive and productive that if there is even like a mild, I'm not talking full European self-sovereignty and start treating the United States like North Korea. I would like to see that, but that's me. Even if there is a mild pushback from Europe and like a holding of certain reasonable positions, I can guarantee you that like economically it will incredibly beneficial. People were looking for like a currency to invest in for strong returns over time because the dollar is doing one of these. The dollar is doing my heart rate. No, not even my, the Donald's heart rate. Um, if European Central, like, if right now the European Central Bank like creates some policy, like a unified policy for all of Europe, buys out the debt of all European countries and like raises taxes on rich people by a minuscule percent, let's say 5%, and like officially states we're doing this to service like the loans of the European countries and to stabilize our economy. You do this, the euro's gonna jump in value because people just want stability, and the United States has none of that left. It's madness and strange, madness and bad idea.
Yeah, do you know?
It's a golden opportunity.
Have you heard about the Zuckman tax in France?
What's a Zuckman tax? Is this like
So,
an
so it was a
emergency rich
tax that
people
was
tax?
proposed by a guy called Zuckman, and it was a tax on. It was a wealth tax of 2% on people who have a fortune net worth over 100 million. And it's a tax that
Okay,
was
that seems reasonable.
overwhelmingly supported by voters, but lawmakers voted it down because it would be bad for business and unfairly.
How?
It would be unfair to rich
Oh,
people
this.
who live in the country. You know, like this is still the same.
Do you know what?
Like we're so fucked
I'm
if that's
going
the
to.
argument.
I'm going to slightly ape on Marco Rubio's insanity. Remember how at part of the speech he was talking about the Sistine Chapel and like a bunch of fancy buildings we have around Europe and stuff like that? Y'all know how those were built? Do you know who paid for the Sistine Chapel? It was the Medicis. It used to be accepted practice on this continent from the Renaissance until like the First World War that if you're rich, if you've made it, if you've gotten hella fucking rich, you go back to your hometown and you spend a bunch of money on bridges, on libraries, on churches, on whatever.
And on the arts.
That's how we got them fancy buildings, fancy paintings, fancy shit, fancy bridges that are like heritage sites now. That's how those came into being.
You know how? Well, you know what
Because
they
back
did?
then there wasn't a centralized state to tax the rich to build those things.
It,
So the rich people did it themselves so they don't get guillotined.
in a way, they're kind of still doing. They're kind of still paying for the arts, but now it's ChatGPT
Yeah,
coming up
to
with
launder
AI paintings
money.
and AI slop.
Oh, I don't even want to think about that. Sorry, can I like this is for fun. I got invited, so for those of you who don't know, I'm doing another bachelor's degree because my psychology one is not very useful at the moment. And people in university realize that I know a bit more than most people who are third year in university. So I got invited to do a sort of, it's not a lecture, it's called like a guest presentation to first year students about using AI in academic settings. So what I did is, back in the day when I was studying how to be an IT engineer, people taught you how to use Google. So I essentially reworked that old presentation people used to give to me about ChatGPT on how to essentially use it as a research tool, where the emphasis is on don't trust things. Just just do it yourself. Because that's how you learn. Just figure it out yourself. And one of the professors who was there to watch the lecture gets up and gives like a 10-minute uncalled for speech about how actually the university has signed a special contract with a company that has developed a special AI that like only essentially Google's research papers. Can you now guess? Because I am always one to put a Schminghausian amount of effort into making fun of people. Can you guess how many minutes it took me to make that AI tell me that Obama is still the president of the United States? Mind you, this specialized for research purposes AI.
Within 45 seconds, I would say.
Oh, come on. You overestimated me. It took me about 2.5 minutes.
Okay.
The current state of AI is just a joke. It's gonna crash in about a year and a half, and then we're gonna take 5 years to chill, and somebody's gonna come up with a useful version if the planet is still around by then. That's it. I got called a AI skeptic for this. You know, the guy with like a certificate and special training in using AI, not using developing AI, although I don't do it because I hate it. I, anyway,
So I'm gonna watch a video by a YouTuber called Sarcasmitron, and apparently I am briefly featured in it.
okay, can we make a deal? I'm going to drop because if we interrupt another video 20 times to
Yep.
discuss our feelings, it's gonna be too much. But chat, I hope I've been entertaining. If there's some new people around, subscribe to Stan. If you have extra money, do give him some. He is
Yes,
starving.
please. I'm not gonna say no to that.
I am here to try to make fun of shit, but as you might be noticing, I'm starting to lose it. I'll work on my ability to make fun of Marco Rubio the future date. But if you need somebody to make fun of Marco Rubio, just find a 2016 Trump campaign. I can never reach those levels of
I do want to go
bullshit.
to like find those speeches from 2016 and like actually make a compilation of the anti-Trump points he was
Little
making at the
Marco,
time.
I cannot do.
Yeah.
You know what? I need to introduce to a friend of mine who does great voice impressions. He has an amazing Donald Trump. No, he once called me with a Donald Trump voice and was like, "Hello, I have died. Good times." We should get him on stream to make fun of these people. Anyway, hope
Chronically
the
Online
video is
Potato wants
good
you to do
and see
stand-up
you
comedy.
guys. I have tried stand-up. Unfortunately, I have a bit of stage fright. This is easier because in my head, you were just like, does this reflect good enough? Yes, this is what you guys look to me. See how this is easier than a room full of people. So yeah. Anyway, see you.
Okay, so yeah, Kenchiz was saying, was it Kenchiz? Was it someone else? Was saying that I should watch Sarcasmitron, and I subscribe to Sarcasmitron. I've watched a lot of his videos. He just hasn't been posting a lot lately. But yeah, let's watch this one very quickly. I don't think we're gonna watch the whole thing, but I will just recommend that you go subscribe to this channel that I watch quite often, and yeah, good stuff there. Video essays kind of content, like long form, well researched, well documented.
The war had barely ended before a consensus about it had already been reached. Hassan Piker and the head of the CIA both agree.
The reality of the matter is we do it because we can. We do it because we want their oil. We do it because we want their gold.
And it's clear with the comments that were coming out from Donald Trump was that it's all about oil and wealth. If Venezuela did not have its oil wealth, I'm sure nothing like this would have happened.
The attack on Venezuela was about oil. I mean, what else could it be? The alternatives are all silly. I think it's safe to say it's not about a principled opposition to anti-democratic governments that shoot protesters. Maduro is not, in fact, a narco-terrorist. In fact, if you read the indictment, the act of terrorism in question appears to just be selling drugs, which feels a little Kafkaesque. And Venezuela was not about to become the launchpad of a Chinese takeover of South America. Well, I say all the alternative theories are silly. Tucker Carlson seems to have hit on a plausible one.
In Venezuela, gay marriage is banned, abortion is banned, sex changes for transgenderism are banned. It's one of the very few countries in the entire hemisphere with those policies. It is on social policy, not defending the regime, just saying. So to those of you who thought this whole project was globo homo, not crazy, actually.
But I'm still not
Excuse
convinced.
me, what?
Even with the president's insistence, it's just, the story doesn't add up with the actual history. The thing I find fascinating about Venezuela is how the stereotypes of South American history have so thoroughly overpowered the actual history of the country that you can simply lie about basic facts, and so long as the lie comports with what sounds vaguely familiar about the history of, like, Argentina or Chile, no one will question it.
The U.S. government has long had its hand in
It's
Latin American politics.
No one will question it.
The U.S. government has long had its hand in Latin American politics, trying to prevent left-wing governments from cementing their grip on power, and in the process, over the years, they installed and supported brutal dictatorships that served U.S. interests. But they've been especially bitter towards Venezuela since Maduro's predecessor, Hugo Chavez, seized the assets of U.S. oil companies in 2007.
And in doing so, Venezuela spiked gas prices and stole billions, really trillions of dollars from the U.S., not to mention an invaluable strategic resource.
So 70% of the oil coming into America, which it needs to basically keep its economy going, is heavy crude. And where does heavy crude come from? Well, here are some of the big countries where you find most of it. It's Canada and Venezuela.
The only problem is this didn't happen. In reality, Venezuela nationalized its oil in the 1970s. But this didn't damage Venezuela's relationship with the US for 3 reasons. For one, in the 70s, every country in the third world was nationalizing its natural resources.
Oh, you mean it didn't happen that, okay, the nationalizing resources thing.
In the 1970s. But this didn't damage Venezuela's relationship with the US for 3 reasons. For one, in the 70s, every country in the third world was nationalizing its natural resources. So trying to go to war with all of them at the same time wasn't exactly practical. For two, Henry Kissinger, who was running American foreign policy at the time, didn't really understand or care about economics, and so didn't really understand the significance of every country nationalizing their raw materials at the same time. To him, the only thing that mattered was a country's diplomatic stances. And third, and most importantly, the Venezuelans didn't steal anything. The president of Venezuela simply took out a loan and bought out the Venezuelan branches of each of the major oil companies, and then paid the loan back with the ensuing profits. But there is one sort of exception. In the 90s, a cash-strapped Venezuela agreed to sign over access to some of Venezuela's ultra-thick, low-quality oil for a project that would use cutting-edge technology to refine it into something usable. In the 2000s, when oil prices shot up, Venezuela's new leftist president, Hugo Chavez, tried to buy those projects out. 2 of the oil companies tried to hold out for more money, so Chavez got mad and expropriated them without any compensation. So those companies, Exxon and Conoco, sued. Something they could do now because Venezuela had signed multiple international treaties allowing companies to sue for damages if treated unfairly. This petty contract dispute is what people sometimes point to as the critical moment that Venezuela nationalized American oil and gained the eternal enmity of the United States.
That is what I was referring to, indeed.
But this is not the greatest
theft in the history of America.
It was a petty contract dispute. The project wasn't even worth that much money after oil prices dropped again, but for neither side was it really about money. It was about sticking it to the Yankees for Venezuela and sticking it to the socialists for the oil company.
Yeah, exactly.
Exxon won eventually, and was able to claw back a decent chunk of money by seizing Venezuela's overseas assets. Now they don't care about opening the country up, something Exxon helpfully confirmed a few days later.
If we look at the legal and commercial constructs and frameworks in place today in Venezuela, today it's uninvestable. And so significant changes have to be made.
And the Trump White House is actively blocking them from collecting even more money.
If any of that money touched a U.S. bank, even if it was an account in the name of the Venezuelans, it would immediately be seized upon by a number of creditors who eventually will have to take care of. But in the short term, that would impede the ability of the Venezuelan authorities to receive the funds they need to operate.
So why did Trump bring up the oil theft? Well, one reason may be cost. Whenever America fights a war of choice, the first complaint from low-information voters will be that the money being spent there would be better used at home. Promising to steal a natural resource preempts those complaints by implying the war will be a profit-making venture. But of course, to justify the stealing, you need a grievance to avenge. So we all get a semi-fictional story.
That is, yeah, this is the point that I was trying to make, but this is much more in-depth on that specific point. Like, this is the thing that's difficult, is like, and I'm sure that Sarkar Smitron has to do this as well when he's making a long videos. Like, sometimes you have to go faster over some parts of the narrative in order to focus on the parts that you want to focus on. And so you kind of have to do like some shortcuts. But essentially, like, everything he's saying here is the points that I was trying to make. Only I was making them I was going over a lot of the intricacies.
About how Venezuela stole a bajillion barrels of oil from us, and our historically illiterate media just kind of goes, yeah, that sounds right. There is, unfortunately with such a media, not much alternative to shopping around until you can find something you can trust. But fortunately...
And Sarkasmitron actually has a much more in-depth video from a couple of years ago on both the Chavez and Maduro regimes that is very well researched into that, and that I had watched ahead of making mine.
There is one thing that can help. Ground News is a website and app developed by former NASA engineer Harleen Carr, hoping to give readers an easy data...
We are not doing a Ground News ad. But yeah, no, I just wanted to. I was told that that I was briefly featured in this, and I did want to quickly have a look. Shall we? I guess we can continue watching. I did want to do something else. Which I'm probably not going to have the time because it's already getting pretty late. The fucking ad scared you. Okay. Yeah, let me switch to after the ad, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep on watching the video while I play something, maybe. Let me see. Games, yeah, maybe. I was thinking of, not today, but I was thinking of playing through, what's it called? Disco Elysium, that I haven't played yet, but I've heard a lot of good things on stream. If that's something that chat would be interested in watching. But today, I want to play one of my comfort games at the moment while we continue watching this video. So, let's do this. How can I set this up? Yeah, for no reason whatsoever, I'm going to play a game of FTL. So let me set this up here. We're gonna do this. Oh wait, I can't, wait, on the vertical stream I can put this here. Something like that. We're gonna put the video here and bigger. Something like that. And we're gonna do same for the vertical stream. Top screen. Take this and do something like that. Okay, and yeah, we can now play. I do need to lower the volume for this because this is a little bit too loud though. Yeah, that should do. Okay. Glad to know that big YouTubers like me. It is weird to hear myself referred to as a big YouTuber, but thank you. A lot of my research is me putting a podcast or a video in the background while I play video games because I'm like ADHD and need brain stimulation while I'm doing stuff, while I'm listening to stuff. So yeah, definitely.
If that's the cover story, what is the real reason? Well, let's go back to the beginning of Chavez's reign.
It is my privilege to present you to this distinguished audience. Ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished President of Venezuela, Hugo Chavez.
It's worth remembering that for the first 15 years, the feud between Venezuela and the United States was entirely verbal, and in America, a mostly partisan affair. Chavez didn't actually represent a national security threat to the United States. He didn't want to. He relied on the U.S. for money. But he wanted to be seen as one.
The President of the United States, the gentleman to whom I refer as the devil, came here, talking as if he owned the world.
Chavez, at the end of the day, was playing a role. He was a farcical second coming of Fidel Castro. but he had the good fortune to come to power right as the White House was to be occupied by a farcical second coming of Ronald Reagan.
The Venezuelan people rejected one-man rule. They voted for democracy.
Chavez was perfectly positioned to raise his profile by playing his role, and the conservative media obliged him by striking back.
And it seems to me there's a come-to-Jesus moment. Maybe that moment's right now, where the left has to admit, you know, we were wrong. We supported this fascist all these years. We're guilty. We repent. I mean, why aren't we hearing liberals admit that this guy's a really bad guy?
That's funny, because that quote is going to come back to haunt him in a few years.
Left has to admit, you know, we were wrong. We supported this fascist all these years. We're guilty. We repent. I mean, why aren't we hearing liberals admit that this guy's a really bad guy?
Yeah, that could very much be used to describe the Trump, like the Republican support for Trump.
And the paranoia, especially from Hugo. What kind of leverage does this guy have with us other than the oil itself?
Well, that's a huge leverage, isn't it? I mean, the guy supplies 60% of the oil to this country that we import, and you've got Donald Rumsfeld back in February comparing him to Hitler. I mean, talk about paranoid. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Well, you know, Pat Robertson may have actually been onto something when he suggested possibly assassinating Hugo Chavez.
Well, there you go. I mean, that's where the paranoia stems from to a certain extent.
Well, what is this impulse to defend the enemies of America every time?
Well, I'll tell you something.
No, literally, it's every time.
I agree with you.
He's not so bad. Robert Mugabe, he's not so bad.
Pleaded each other's narrative, but they weren't fighting over anything material. They were just relitigating the Cold War for their own self-aggrandizement. But as Chavez passed the torch to Maduro and Venezuela backslid into dictatorship, the stakes got more real for at least one group of Americans: the Cuban diaspora. In the mid-2000s, Chavez had worked out an oil for doctors deal with the Cubans. Venezuela would send cheap oil to Cuba, and Cuba would send its doctors to Caracas to work in free clinics for the poor. But in addition to doctors, Chavez had also invited a secret contingent of trainers to create a secret police force that would spy on the Venezuelan military in order to preempt any possible coup. The Cuban-American lobby, which was still reeling from Obama's decision to normalize...
Here's a comment that I wanted to react to. Also, I wanted to say that I've been watching you since the start, and it's honestly really good to see you getting here, even if things are a bit messy. You've done a lot of good work. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm still hoping to do, like, there's a lot of things that are in the works right now that are taking longer than I want them to, that will come out eventually. It's just that I'm a little bit too much of a perfectionist on a lot of projects, so I tend to spend way too much time, and then I spend, if I were being productive and if I were able to, like, get over the, I guess, like, kind of, not stage fright, but writer's block of, I don't know how to make this perfect, and therefore I'm kind of paralyzed and not able to make it as good as I can make it, they would come out faster. But yeah, eventually there's some really, really good work that I've been working on for a long time that's going to come out, and that's going to be very cool, and that I'm looking forward to sharing with people. So I appreciate it.
Relations became convinced that this anti-coup force was the linchpin to political stability in Venezuela, and that the oil sales to Cuba was the linchpin of political stability in Cuba. So when the Venezuelan economy started unraveling in 2012, they started lobbying for the overthrow of the Maduro government as a means to overthrow the Cuban government. They were then joined by the swelling ranks of refugees coming directly from Venezuela itself, who were increasingly coming to see an American intervention as their only hope. That lobbying paid off with the election of Donald Trump.
As we restore American leadership throughout the world, we are once again standing up for freedom in our hemisphere. That's why my administration reversed the failing policies of the previous administration on Cuba.
Trump replaced a smattering of minor sanctions on a handful of Venezuelan officials with a blanket sanction on any company doing business with PDVSA, Venezuela's state oil company. Venezuela, for all its talk of fighting Yankee imperialism, almost entirely relies on the U.S. for refining capacity, and its most profitable asset is its American subsidiary, Citgo. The Trump sanctions amounted to an almost 10% cut to Venezuela's GDP overnight. Okay, never mind. But at first, the sanctions actually ended up stabilizing the regime. By making it loud and clear that he was pursuing a regime change policy, Trump scared the Russians and Chinese into giving Venezuela badly needed aid and debt relief, and military advisors. That aid didn't just free up financial resources, it also gave Maduro protection from his own generals, which freed him up to reform the industries damaged by their corruption. It was after the sanctions that the inflation rate really started going down. Venezuela was now pursuing the same kind of austerity and privatization that the US would have imposed after a hypothetical regime change. But a crisis created by overspending can't necessarily be fixed by austerity. Chavez didn't just underfund Venezuela's infrastructure, he gutted them of qualified personnel, in a sort of self-debathification.
Despido. I'm firing the following people. Mr. Juan Fernandez, you are fired from Petroleum of Venezuela. Eddie Ramirez, thank you very much, you are fired.
Between the purges, the underfunding, and the corruption, the country has entered a state of
I mean, it's funny because it's the same kind of thing that Trump is doing in the name of, like, getting rid of the deep state. All of the firing of any long-term, what are they called? Career civil servants, not political appointees, but career civil servants who've been working in the government for such a long time as in technical roles that depended on their long-term competence in given fields. The ones who weren't willing to sign a loyalty pledge to Trump were fired in the first days of the second administration. And that's kind of the same level of stuff. That's why I was saying that one day, when the Republican Party has gotten over its MAGA fever, it will pretend like Trump was actually a left-wing president.
Anarchy, with crime bosses and mid-level bureaucrats running their own fiefdoms. None of that can be fixed without getting the country's public finances in order, which is impossible without lifting sanctions.
Venezuelans took to the streets of Caracas on Saturday, banging empty pots to protest against chronic food shortages.
Electing Biden offered no relief. Biden's first impulse on all foreign policy decisions is to hew to conventional wisdom as closely as possible. And conventional wisdom says you should never drop sanctions unilaterally, or else the opponent will call you a sucker.
How about we're buying oil from Venezuela? When I left, Venezuela was ready to collapse. We would have taken it over. We would have gotten all that oil. It would have been right next door.
In Trump's second term, deporting Venezuelans became a top priority, but deporting 500,000 Venezuelans would be politically toxic in Florida without a solution.
Yeah, it's exactly Kench's. Have you noticed how Doge has not looked at the military budget in its quest for improving government efficiency? Weird how that's the case. Weird how that's never something that Republicans talk about when they complain about taxes. They never talk about the military spending.
Solution to the Venezuelan crisis. So, Trump found himself in a tricky trilemma. The Cubans and Venezuelans in Miami want regime change, but the only way to get it is through a boots-on-the-ground American intervention that most Americans don't have the appetite for. Trump can't trade sanctions relief for a change in Venezuela's policies because sanctions relief is something only wimpy Democrats do. But the regime can't fix the economy without the sanctions relief. But Venezuelan migrants can't go back until the economy is fixed. So, clearly, this is an issue where it's impossible for Trump to win. I mean, unless...
Explosions lighting up the hillside around Maduro's heavily fortified compound in...
Yeah, prime time. It's a new YouTube feature to be able to stream horizontal and vertical at the same time. It's a little bit annoying that it's literally two separate live streams, but yeah. This is not a good playthrough.
Caracas,
Wow.
As U.S. warplanes blasted Venezuelan air defenses early Saturday morning.
I am still reeling a bit from this idea. I mean, I just completely failed to even imagine it as a possibility.
That was my prize mistake. A failure of imagination.
It is genuinely brilliant. A pseudo-regime change. If you actually wanted to change the nature of the regime in Venezuela, grabbing Maduro accomplishes nothing. Maduro isn't some iron-willed dictator who clung to power through Stalin-like ruthlessness. He's a hapless bag holder who managed to hold office for 12 years primarily because no one else in the regime actually wants his job. I mean, would you want to be in charge of Venezuela right now? But if all you want is to create the illusion of a regime change, just kidnapping the president works perfectly for a media that's already inclined to reduce complex geopolitical issues into simple stories of individual heroes and villains. Evil dictator gone, the people cheer. for most Americans, those images will be the only thing that matters. For the Venezuelan diaspora, Trump can continuously lead them on with the false hope that he can fix Venezuela remotely by just vaguely threatening to murder the new president, Delcy Rodriguez. For the Cuban diaspora, getting Venezuela to shut off oil to Cuba is simple. Just take the boats. And by stealing it, the president can award himself a little slush fund with no congressional oversight. But what about Trump's traditional MAGA base? Aren't they isolationists? Won't they hate this? Well, not exactly. In fact,
yeah, like the YouTube adding anything but fixing this platform. Yeah, there's so many things that I'm very frustrated with. Like some things, like every time they add something that's kind of cool as a new feature on YouTube, I'm like, I would want this, but not the way it's implemented. Like every good idea they have is never implemented in a way that would actually be useful to either creators or viewers. The worst offender in that is their multilingual features are terribly implemented. I just, even though I have all of my YouTube settings in English, and my YouTube account is in English, and I say that my preferred language is English, because I'm based in Germany, until I manually turned it off, all of the YouTubers that have autodub enabled, I would get the German versions of those YouTube videos. Why? Why would you do that? Why would you make it so that that is the opt-out option rather than the opt-in option, especially for people who have already set their YouTube language to a language different than the one that you're trying to force upon them based on their geographic locations? It's so frustrating. And that's just one example. There's so many examples of YouTube features that I'm really frustrated with.
Parent paradox gets to the heart of Trump's foreign policy. And I have to apologize because I may have lied a little bit about whether or not the kidnapping is about oil. It is, just not directly. Remember what I said about the 70s? How the third world was nationalizing everything and the US just didn't really have the wherewithal anymore to stop it. Well, that decade, that process whereby resource neocolonialism really did start to come to an end was, for a certain generation of Americans, experienced as a massive series of humiliations.
People are very desperate. They depend an awful lot upon their cars.
This is a Pearl Harbor again, as far as the United States is concerned.
Tell that goddamn governor he's going to police this goddamn gasoline situation. I will not take the blame for this.
The fall of Saigon, the oil shocks, the inflation, the deindustrialization, all capped off by the Iranian hostage crisis, were all seen at the time by some Americans not as some inevitable shift, but as a failure of U.S. foreign policy elites to engage in the necessary violence to put third world peoples back in their place. Those feelings intensified during the Carter presidency, and then exploded with the hostage crisis.
Despite a police ban, up to 1,000 Iranian and anti-Iranian demonstrators massed in Beverly Hills. Think they need to go back to Iran.
You raise oil prices. You come here, you go to school, you demonstrate, then you take the oil.
It's nice to see like old archive footage of decades past and see that things were just as stupid as they were today, in a way. Not completely as stupid, but yeah. The only problem is these are now the people who are like the kinds of mentalities of hating foreigners for arbitrary reasons is the kind of stuff that is now in control of the U.S. government.
I'm sick of being stomped on. We're not going to take it anymore. We're sick of it.
Peace does not come from weakness or from retreat. It comes from the restoration of American military superiority.
In the 70s, Reagan played on those feelings of humiliation and betrayal by portraying Democrats as simply too weak to discipline the Third World, most prominently by making lots of noise about the Panama Canal Treaty.
As I talk to you tonight, negotiations with another dictator go forward. Negotiations aimed at giving up our ownership of the Panama Canal Zone. Apparently everyone knows about this except the rightful owners of the Canal Zone. You, the people of the United States.
In Ronald Reagan's formulation,
the rightful owners of the Panama Canal are the people of the United States. Really, is there not another people who should be owners of the Panama Canal?
Giving away the Panama Canal was the perfect symbol of the unwillingness of American politicians to stand up to the rabble.
We bought it, we paid for it, we built it, and we intend to keep it.
But when the Republicans took power, they couldn't actually roll back decolonization, let alone take the oil or the canal. But they could, to quote one conservative intellectual, pick up some small crappy little country every 10 years or so and throw it against the wall, just to show the world we mean business.
Interrupt our regularly scheduled program to bring you an NBC News report. Grenada invasion, late report.
And here is the latest situation as we now know it on the island of Grenada, which is a tiny island, as you know, in the southern Caribbean. It has been invaded by...
And the strategy seemed vindicated when Reagan's presidency coincided with a global drop in oil prices. This was a formative period for not just Trump, but a whole cohort of baby boomer conservatives. Those feelings of humiliation and libidinal need for revenge are the glue that held neoconservatives and isolationists together, before Trump finally pulled them apart. But now in Venezuela, the rift is starting to heal.
I do not care one iota about the supposed international basis for this sort of activity. I do not. There is no such thing as international law. It is specious, it is a lie, it is stupid.
We are in a great power competition with China and Russia for the alignment of middle powers, for the alignment of resource-rich countries, and we're in a battle with Russia and China over supply chains and the resources that fuel the supply chains.
I had always seen this process as something that mostly happened subconsciously. But then I saw Stephen Miller on CNN saying something very similar while trying to sound like Jack Nicholson in A Few Good Men, only to be undermined by the fact that he is a 40-year-old man with a Valley Girl accent.
The United States is using its military to secure our interests
I can hear it
unapologetic.
Now. I had never heard it before, but I can totally hear it now.
Good men, only to be undermined by the fact that he is a 40-year-old man with a Valley Girl accent.
The United States is using its military to secure our interests unapologetically in our hemisphere. We're a superpower, and under President Trump, we are going to conduct ourselves as a superpower. It is absurd that we would allow a nation in our own backyard to become the supplier of resources to our adversaries, but not to us.
Again, cannot emphasize enough that it was a Donald Trump policy to make Venezuela a supplier of resources to our adversaries, but not to us. And then he just tweeted out my theory, completely unvarnished. So,
not long after World War II, the West dissolved its empires and colonies and became... Oh, it's the same kind of messages as Marco Rubio. The thing of like basically advocating for a new era of colonialism. The West dissolved its empires and colonies and began sending colossal sums of taxpayer-funded aid to these former territories, despite have already made them far wealthier and more successful. Okay. The West opened its borders, a kind of reverse colonialization. Of course, that is the current far-right talking point, providing welfare and thus remittances, while extending to these newcomers and their families not only the full franchise, but the preferential legal and financial treatment over the native citizenry. Literally made up. Okay, there's no preferential legal and financial treatment for immigrants, as what the hell is he talking about? The neoliberal experiment at its core has been a long self-punishment of the places and peoples that built the modern world. Like, the reality is, I am someone who is very much extremely critical of neoliberalism as a set of policies that has brought us to the point where Trump became... Like, Trump is electable thanks to neoliberal policies. But, so I will very much criticize neoliberal policies. The thing is, he is criticizing neoliberal policies as opposed to fascism. Like, he wants a return to fascism. He wants to exit neoliberalism towards fascism, not in the other direction, which is the part that drives me crazy.
Maybe it was never that subconscious. Trump has developed a formula for generating these spectacles of revenge and domination. First, you make a big, stupid demand. Then you make a big threat. Then you accept a small, usually symbolic concession and use that to declare victory. What's important here is not the concession.
That's the thing with Greenland that was actually kind of funny. It was like, oh, the status quo in Greenland is the U.S. has basically all the access it wants through all the military access it wants through its military bases, and Denmark was offering some like concessions on mineral rights or something like that. And Trump was like, "Oh, that's not enough. That's not going to be something we can accept. This is completely like we need ownership of the territory." And he threatened and he threatened and threatened, and eventually he was like, "Oh, we came up with an amazing deal for the U.S. where we have access to our military bases and we have concessions on mineral rights in Greenland," which is exactly what has been offered from the start of him saying anything about Greenland. But he can pretend like it's a big victory.
What's important is the performance, the images. Since no one trusts objective media or experts anymore, no expose that the agreement doesn't do what it says will matter. What matters is how people talk about it. Perhaps the best way to understand it is through the lens of professional wrestling. In wrestling, when a move is performed, the move usually requires the cooperation of the victim, and that they need to act like they're really being hurt in order to make it look like an actual fight is taking place. This acting is called selling.
There you go! Angle with the ankle lock! What a counter!
Here, for instance, is Donald Trump himself, completely failing to sell the Stone Cold Stunner.
Austin!
This is not a bad analogy at all. Like the fact that European countries have to pretend to be hurt by the concessions that they're making to the U.S. in order for the U.S. to be okay. I mean, it is kind of true in all negotiations as well. Like when you're trying to haggle, you have to even if the price that you're like, it's always like, okay, I can maybe make a final offer at this price, but that would be way too much for me, and I can barely afford it. And like trying to pretend like the thing that you're actually proposing as your solution is a compromise, or is something that you're actually not, like, barely willing to concede, is always the case. But as specific way to deal with Trump, it is like the performance is more important than it's ever been.
Stop the Donald! What? Stop!
What Donald Trump seeks in these geopolitical fights...
Yeah, the mineral deal with Ukraine was very much I mean, if the whole mineral deal in Ukraine was such an insane way of extorting a country and trying to sell it as a peace deal. It's so crazy.
Is that the victim countries agree to sell in lieu of making actual concessions that would hurt their countries. The ideal model for this type of game is the USMCA, Trump's NAFTA replacement. On the campaign trail in 2016, Trump promised to renegotiate NAFTA in such a way that it would bring back lost jobs. But that's impossible. The lost jobs are lost for good, and actually canceling NAFTA would just cause a different group of people to lose their new jobs. So he got together with the Canadians and Mexicans, made cosmetic changes, renamed it, and declared victory. That is until around 2023, when Trump started campaigning against his own trade agreements.
Why do you want to renegotiate it?
Because I want to make it a much better day. We've been screwed by Mexico and by China and by Canada and by...
This is why he's turned American aggression away from Russia, China, and Iran and towards South America and Europe. Our traditional adversaries are ready for us, and they can't afford to even pretend to submit. Europe and South America, on the other hand, have made no preparations for random aggression coming from the United States. And they're more willing to play the game to buy time.
First of all, they should have made preparations since Trump's first term, obviously. Like, the fact that Trump was elected once should have been enough of a signal to the European Union that maybe they need to be prepared for a future where the U.S. could no longer be counted on, which is something that European politicians said multiple times at the time and immediately forgot about the second Trump was out of office. And secondly is now they're still not really doing it. Like, I'm sure if I spoke with like, not that I have that kind of access, but if I spoke with actual people working in government, they would say, okay, these are all the things that we're doing. But I'm sorry, it doesn't seem like they're doing that much to sever their dependence on the U.S. It just seems like they're trying to save time until Trump is either dead or out of office, and then they can go back to normal and never have to actually invest in having their own critical infrastructure that is completely separate and not dependent on the U.S. I really hope we very quickly get our shit together and do what we need to do on that front, because the way things are currently functioning is just not going to, like, eventually it's going to come to bite us in the ass. Yeah. I don't even know if Zelensky having his own interpreter would have made a huge difference because they just wanted to bully him anyway. But yeah.
Until the U.S. gets a normal president again. People sometimes point to this as another sign Europe is decadent and weak, but it's not. It's just people are, by necessity, vulnerable to being stabbed in the back by someone they trust. When it comes to Venezuela, the first big stupid demand is that American oil companies should be allowed to invest in Venezuela. This put Maduro in the very confusing dilemma of needing to satisfy a U.S. demand that he open up American companies, while those companies were being prevented from investing in Venezuela by U.S.-imposed sanctions. But eventually, Trump became convinced that the only symbol dramatic enough to work would be for Maduro to step down, and when Maduro refused, he rolled the dice on the Delta Force. You can't ask for a better spectacle than this, but I do wonder if this is sustainable. The euphoria that follows a military victory like this evaporates very quickly. 3 years is more than enough time for people to realize democracy is not actually on the menu. The White House will have to keep creating the illusion of reform with new spectacles, or find a good distraction. This puts Rodriguez in the same dilemma as Volodymyr Zelensky. If she's too publicly defiant to Trump, she can't get sanctions relief. But if she's too obsequious, she might get overthrown by other people in the country. She can try to square the circle by being submissive in English and defiant in Spanish, but you never know when media won't be too lazy to hire a translator.
Let me tell you what Delcy Rodriguez said the day after Venezuela was attacked. Governments around the world are simply shocked that the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela is the victim and target of an attack of this nature, which undoubtedly has Zionist undertones. What the hell did Delcy Rodriguez mean when she said this attack had Zionist undertones?
The Democrats have no counter, of course. Even though the attack was a serious war crime.
So I've seen a lot of the points about Israel being connected to the invasion of to the takeover of Venezuela, and like, oh, that kind of like messaging, the one that they just pointed out. Is there something that I'm missing here where there's other than the stupid, what's her name? I'm not saying she's stupid. I'm saying the point that she made was stupid. Machado saying, oh, the country is we need to get rid of Hamas and Hezbollah's presence in Venezuela, and like that, is that all there is as a supposed Zionist element to the takeover of Venezuela? Or I don't know, maybe I'm just missing a part of the story there, but it feels like a weird way in which leftists want to make everything about Israel.
The idea that the U.S. should be bound by international law is liberal elite coded. That's why they resorted to only criticizing the attack on grounds that it was illegal under domestic law. Criticizing the attack for being illegal under international law would make them sound like unpatriotic globalists. Unfortunately, it's much harder to make the case that Trump has violated the War Powers Act than it is to make the case that the war was an aggressive one. And there's no real popular base for opposition to the war. The constituencies who matter are all satisfied for the moment. The diaspora is so desperate they're willing to take half loaves. For the right, the fact that the war was a war crime and undermined the liberal international order is a good in itself, since they see international law as something that primarily restrains them from disciplining unruly third worlders, and the corporate media is just happy to see a socialist government taken down. The only people who don't win are the people of Venezuela, but how many electoral college votes do they control? Hey, look, I didn't make you wait 6 months for a new video. I think...
Hey, that was shorter than I realized.
That deserves a subscription or a like. And now, a special thank you to my Patreon subscribers.
I do recommend this channel. It's very well researched, despite very few videos, like videos taking a long time, kind of like me, I guess. As you've seen, this provides a lot of context on pretty complicated issues that are every video I've seen from him is worth the watch for sure. Is there something else I should be watching while I continue this playthrough? Yes, Sarcasmatron. It's on screen here. But maybe I can just move it here. And boom. At Sarcasmatron. Okay, let me check and see if there's another video we can watch while I keep trying to beat this game. Do I know the YouTuber Vlad Vlexler? Oh, that's midnight already. I do not. I will check him out. I didn't realize it was this late. I actually wanted to do something else. Wait, let me... Give me a sec. I wanted to quickly do something else because I've been working on... a few months ago I got a drone that I haven't really had the chance to use too much yet, and I was trying to, actually I can just show you what I've been doing, some of the test footage that I have. Is it here? Give me a sec. This is annoying. So, wait. Why is this way? Huh. Okay, well. I need to do something to fix my VLC interface, because right now the user interface is not convenient at all. So, this. Very dark. Everything that I shot was at night. Wait, let me make this a little bit more visible by removing this thing. This is not a drone. This is not drone footage, obviously, but I mixed in real footage with drone footage to test out how the two interacted. And it's not too bad, but the drone footage, despite using the same LUTs, is more contrasty because like the conversion I can get more technical, but basically, yeah, the way that I convert from the base file that the drone is giving me to a standard file that supposedly should give me the same colors for everything is not actually giving me the same colors for everything. So I've been wanting to work on presets that would actually be consistent. But yeah, this is cool. I'm really happy with the footage that I'm getting. And I got super lucky with this shot specifically. This is all one big shot. And I was like following this train on screen while there's this train moving in the foreground, there's this train in the background. And right as those kind of exit frame or enter the U-Bahn station, the metro station, this train comes out and starts going here, so still going in the same direction as the drone is pivoting towards. And then this train exits frame right as this train starts to leave its station. So I got super lucky with the timings there. That was absolutely not planned. This one I did cheat. Those were actually, this shot was much longer and I just comped in these different parts of the, so that the trains would be going at the same time. Yeah, I'm really happy with the lenses that I've been using on the, like, these are anamorphic lenses on the actual camera, and trying to make the drone fit that. Okay, that was not supposed to do. This is annoying. I need to do something about the interface so that it doesn't, wait. Why is this not all in the same window? Thanks for joining, Primetime. Have some good errands. Yeah, these are short. There's a web between Venezuela, Russia, and China, and themselves linked to Palestine. Besides that, yeah, okay, that's a little bit of a, I guess, Cold War style narratives. Like, it's the same reason why pro-Palestine people will dogmatically support Iran, because they're on the side of Palestine, even though they're a terrible government that massacres its own people. Which is a little bit frustrating for in terms of consistency, but yeah. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with these, but I do want to make sure that the colors are as consistent as possible. And I was thinking that that was something that I could maybe work on stream, if and only if I'm able to open a Premiere editing file while the stream is running, because it might just make my computer crash. So I'm gonna see if I can do that, and if I can do that, I'm gonna quickly work on that on stream. So I'm trying to open the file, and I also need to transfer some files onto my computer from my camera. And also, this is going to be quite boring, so if you want to dip, that is totally fine. I'm just going to be working on some technical stuff for a few minutes, and then I'm going to go to bed. So, I am going to switch this to this. So I'm gonna try to make my big camera, the thing that is filming here, give me the same colors as the action cam that I recently got, DJI Action 4, and the drone that I recently got. So let's see. This I'm just gonna take this shot. Have a good night, Chronically Online Potato. So, Action 4. And now, eject. Then I have the drone. Removable disc. And this shot goes here. And now we can go back to this mode. So this is what I worked on yesterday. Let's see if we get similar results. My computer is really struggling to do this while streaming. I can see the frame drops. Okay, so this is the raw footage that I'm getting. Let me see if I can show that in a meaningful way. Nope. Okay, so this is the footage that I'm getting straight from the Sony camera, like the proper camera. This is the action camera, so you can see, like, this is raw footage. It's not supposed to look like this. This is pre-processed. But you get different pre-processed formats, and you can notice if I zoom in here that actually this is kind of a disgusting shot. Like, the shadows here are extremely noisy. Which I guess is the point of having a proper camera where everything is gray and desaturated here because we haven't processed it. But yeah, so this is the action camera and this is the drone, which apparently I didn't get anything up there. Whoops. Apparently, yeah, I didn't shoot the ceiling. Ironically, that's the thing with the biggest difference. But yeah, the colors aren't the same between these two, and they're definitely not the same with this. So let's try. This is what I was working on with shots at night. Completely different conditions, and I wanted to see if the settings that I came up with then are gonna look like what are gonna give me similar results to what I shot today. Let's see. So this is the Sony camera processed. Hey, not bad. It's less saturated. And yeah, that's actually pretty good. So the settings that I came up with yesterday are actually really solid. Looks like I did it. Whoops, what happened? I think there's a missing frame under the adjustment layer. Oh no, it's because of this. Boom, boom. Let me see if I can correct for that saturation, the difference in saturation. So this is the camera. So I do want to make the orange slightly more saturated here. And then, yeah, this is going to be a lot easier than I thought. So, do I need to like do a split screen kind of comparison? I don't think that's necessary. Just going to go here, curves, and we're just going to slightly boost this up to like here. And that's not quite it. What if I just do this? Still not quite it. It's because of this. I think this is the thing that I was... Huh. So this is very orange and this is more yellow. Which may be because of this. I'm wondering if I just remove this entirely. Nope, that doesn't improve things. But if I have this at 100? Yeah, actually, I removed all of the fine-tuning that I did yesterday, and that actually got me back to the same place. So the problem is that for me to get the same colors at night, I need to do quite a few fine-tuning things. But for me to get the same colors during the day, I actually don't need to do anything. I just get I just need to lower the contrast a little bit, and that works. Okay, well, that's good to know. That is good to know. So I am just going to get rid of this, take this, and move it here. And this is just the stuff that I need to activate at night. Otherwise, oops. Otherwise, we're good. So, Sony camera. It's not exactly the same hue. This is slightly more purple. There's a slightly more, there's a slight magenta cast, and it's less. This is less contrasty. This is more contrasty. Okay, let me still tweak that. So it does need to be here maybe, and perhaps. So this is going to be more magenta, so I'm going to lower it to like -2. Yeah, there we go. That's perfect. And this is all of a sudden way more saturated. So the drone is more contrasty than the action cam. Okay, so I do need to have the contrast at like -40, maybe even -45. Yeah, the drone is way more punchy than the others which is not a problem in and of itself, but it does mean that if I want them to be consistent, I need to maybe lower this to like 60. Let me get this out of the way. Even now, it's still not quite there. Like maybe lower the contrast and saturation down to 95. How's that? It's annoying that the drone and the action cam don't have the same thing. Okay, this is better. Okay, now we're talking. Okay, well, I just need to save those as presets and I'm good to go. Good to know. Save, and I will go to bed. Have a good night, everyone. Thanks for joining. See you soon.